All right, we are live. NashvilleLou Live is on the air. May 14th, 2023. Playing Warsaken Blitz. If you'd like to play, type !join in chat. You can enter the queue. Make sure to post this. NashvilleLou.com/music for song attributions. So let's get to it here. Warsaken Blitz, it's in beta mode. The auto match thing worked for me earlier, so hopefully find some people to play against. Played earlier and lost earlier, as it turned out. I've lost more than I've won thus far, but I'm still learning. Blitz is a pretty straightforward game. You start with a leader card, 4 territories, and then a deck of 60. And you're typically going to have groups of 4 within a deck. You can have as few as 3 or as many as 4 of any one particular card. But you're going to want to go with 4 in my experience. Buildings, intel, force, morale, weather, and WMD. Those are the 6 different categories. If this doesn't work, I will go ahead and try putting a code in the Warsaken Discord chat, and we'll use that antiquated method if we have to, but hopefully this will find a match for us here soon. Watched a little bit of the Boston versus Philadelphia NBA Game 7 earlier today. Celtics ended up pulling away. I presume they held on to win. I really enjoyed the new video that debuted just a short time ago on YouTube from Harvey Dent. Latest from Pop and Paul. An actual real-life scammer who legitimately believed he was on the phone with an elderly would-be victim. And then it's just an amazing testament to the power, the absolute power, the blinding power of greed. That situations that if you're watching as an outside observer are going to sound just ridiculous at times. Like, how could this person possibly believe this? But if they think they're looking at a heist of $80,000 because they want to believe that, they get drawn in sometimes. Now, it's horrible because often this happens to real people, especially people that are vulnerable. So the scammers are completely meritless. And it's often disturbing to hear how dark and twisted of a turn they'll take with some of it. So it makes them perfect for winding up with all sorts of crazy scenarios and getting them riled up, forcing them to endure long, boring stories. I love that. That's the thing where I have a difficult time. If I believe the person I'm talking to isn't interested in what I'm having to say, I have a tough time just going on and on because I know how much it drives me crazy on the other side when somebody can't pick up on that. Okay, well, I did say we'll give it another minute. And if I still don't have a matchup here, I'm going to have to go to the Warsaken Discord, post a code, and see if we can get that to work. Just want to play the game. Why is it my games that I want to play so badly, I can't find anybody? Picked the wrong time of day. Oh, and then I forgot to turn down the audio on the other computer over there. It's always something. Stand by, please. Okay. So I've had it in the queue here and just not matching up with anybody. So maybe I'll put a code out there. Okay. If someone wants to use this code, feel free. Go ahead and match up. At least try this for a few minutes here to see if I can get anything to work out. Well, see, I'm looking right now at the Warsaken Discord. Like, should I put it in strategy? Because I see some people seem to put stuff in strategy, but I don't know. I'm not sure. So for the moment, let's jump back. I knew I should have gone earlier with this, but I didn't. It was either that or just wait another day. So I'm going to at least try it again. So, okay, you know what? Back out of this. Just want to play the game. Doesn't really matter which deck. I've got them all set up the same way as far as the distribution goes. And that's one thing with Warsaken Blitz. It's very much a simplified version of what the full Warsaken game is going to be. But it's very easy to learn. There's definitely a learning curve to it. I've lost more than I've won, but there's understanding the risks of why you don't necessarily want to fill up all 4 spots. Oh, here we go.
Warsaken.
Against Max.War. All right. So I've got a couple of building cards which tend to take up space early, but I've got the pair of fire in the fields. I'll keep it. There's some risk to doing that. You end up with your hand having a bunch of cards you can't use yet if you have too many buildings, but we'll try it here. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. I'll take down the overlay for a moment to show you. Neither of us have the dot yet. I've decided on my hand. My opponent's still getting it figured out. So of the 60, I'll show you my hand while we wait. Good time to explain. Weather cards. These cards give you multiple options in Blitz. Don't worry about what it says on there as far as each card's special ability. Just worry about the category because that's a simplified. It really does help as far as getting the basics down. With weather, you can either get 3 additional actions in this turn, or you get an extra turn with a die roll after the completion of the current turn. I really like the second one there, the extra turn, because you get extra cards for as high as the number is on that roll the die. But if you really need 3 extra actions, it's there if you need it. See the 4 territories out here? You want to get territories with low negative morales if eliminated. There is a tactic. I don't think Blitz is very much set up for morale-based at all. But I've seen it used before and used against me to where I had to use... I think I had to use maybe it was a building to reload my arsenal. Your arsenal is what you call your deck. That hasn't been played yet. A force. Force, you know, if you have 4 territories on each side, a force either takes out a compromised leader, which you're compromised in a few different ways. If your morale hits 0, if your arsenal gets to 0 cards, or if all your territories get taken out. So here we go. You roll the die. 3. So I have 3 actions to get 3 new cards. Nothing that I can hit a trio with right away. So I'll play the S21R, and then I'll play a pair of fire in the field. You need 3 of a kind to match up. So that's it for my turn. I use my 3 actions. I checked there a moment ago. I don't think it even lists me. I think you have to get permission to be on the list as far as that's showing who's playing this game live. That's probably another reason why I wasn't having much luck with it last night. Here we go, roll a 5. All right, so nothing that especially matches up. I can play the other S21R, and if you ever forget, like, what do I already have out there? Because they don't make it exactly obvious. See, with the S21R, you can look at it that way, pull your hand back up. That's the more responsible way. Don't just boss hog your way in. Okay, and then as far as trying to... right now, the buildings aren't of use, so that's what I was talking about, where that can be kind of difficult. But I can play the pair of D24 eyes, another force card. A force can either take out one of your opponent's territories or a compromised leader. Still my turn. I'm still yakking over here. Okay, so I'm going to allow this turn to end. End turn. I don't want to fill up that 4th spot. I've already got 3 others out there with 2 showing. So it's difficult. I'm still not sure strategy-wise with Warsaken Blitz what the best approach is, but I generally get the idea, at least for now, leaving one of those 4 spaces out there on the battlefield open. Basically 4 slots. So, a roll of 5 for my opponent. There's a pair of forces. A second weather card to go with the weather card already out there. 2 more cards to be played. And a pair of guard tower cards, which is a building card. Building cards let you pull back from your deck. Alright. Well, I've got a couple I can match up here right out of the gate. When the cards bounce around, they help you with that, which is nice.
Select target.
Alright, so you want to go for the one that has the largest negative morale. Typically, though, with Blitz, the way it is now at least, it doesn't really matter. Most of them you're going to find 1s and 3s. Mostly you'll find 3s out there. They're all 3s over there. Eliminate that one. 5 more actions to take this hand. And here's the 3rd. And I've got 4 of them in total in the deck, but luckily for me, this one popped up.
Select target.
Doesn't really matter which one you choose. Like I said, with the exception of any consideration for morale, but I don't have any morale cards in my deck, so I'm not really worried about that. Okay, 4 actions to take this turn. Nothing else that I can turn into a trio out there. I will throw out the... Well, do I already have... This where it helps to check what I already have out there. Okay, I've got some spots open now, so okay. Put the barracks out there, 2 of those. That red selection, I'll show it here again in a second. With the intel, this red means just playing as many of them as you have space for if you have them. So if I had 3 of these and I hit this red button, I had 3 actions I could take this turn, which I don't. I would play 3 of a kind, and instead I'll play just 2 of them, get them out there on the battlefield. I need to make sure I get the terms correct on this, because it ends up being important. The war zone's what it's called, where those cards are there out. Potentially vulnerable. So my opponent has 12 morale, but I mean, again, it really doesn't matter unless I had some sort of a... Like if I had a bunch of morale cards, maybe that would be an approach I could try, but I really think your best move's going for the territories, at least the way that I play. But yeah, I'm not necessarily want to be dishing out advice either, because I'm still very new to this. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Great music here from Carl Casey at White Bat Audio. NashvilleLou.com/music for song attribution. It's a roll of 3 by my opponent. 2 territory cards remain for my opponent. I still have all 4 of mine. I've got 3 out there, 3 pairs of 2. You need 3 of a kind to play something. So a pair of 2 cards pulled off the board there. Interesting move. 1. When you see the logo, it just means you only rolled a 1. The WMDs will be nice if I can get a third one to go with it. Right now, there's not much I can do, so I'll go ahead and end the turn. So, I mean, that would have been really rough if that were like a 6. Oh, here's the difference, though. If you roll a 6, you get 6 cards, not just 1 card. So it really has a potential to swing the match, depending on that roll of the die. Here we go, there's a force. 3 of a kind with that force. It's going to take out one of my territories. You see that morale hit down to 15, but it really, morale, with only like 1 or 2 exceptions that I've run into thus far, it really doesn't come into play, and that's it for the turn for my opponent. Let's see what I have here. 5. All right, let's see if we can get some matches. All right, WMD time. WMD is going to take out the last 2 territories. And be kind of careful as far as how you time it with that. Let's see. The only question, do I need to play a weather first? And I think I'm not going to play a weather first. I don't think I have that as an option, actually. I could play the blinding sandstorms. I only have 2 of those right now anyway. So I may do that.
Select target.
All right, so obviously the last 2 remaining territories will be the 2 that I take out. Now the leaders considered compromised. So my opponent with a compromised leader. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to use weather here. I've got the intel. If I had one more spot, I could play it. Although it's soldier at the barracks, though. You know what? This actually should work out. I'll play the barracks. That makes 3 of a kind. And if somebody's going after your arsenal, which is an approach you can get to try and compromise your leader, using that 6. I had to do that one time. Maybe my first stream or second one. I'm going to bring back the 3 of a kind here on the force. This will be enough to win the match. If I can roll at least a 3 for the next turn, I'm bringing back 3 force cards that'll match. But I don't think I want to put any out there just yet. I will put out 1 stolen blueprints just to do it, because I have 2 spots open. In case I end up rolling a 2 or something, maybe I'll need to use intel instead to buy myself a little bit of time. I'm in a good spot in theory, but those weather sitting out there like that, you start getting those multiple die rolls, and suddenly your big lead turns into a loss if you're not careful. So I recognize the risk, but that's part of this game. So if I can get at least a 3 on my die roll next time, I can play the force. The force is going to take out the opponent's leader, and I'll win the match. Now, unlike what I do with blockchain brawlers, where I use a 90-second delay, with Warsaken Blitz, I'm using 0 delay. So in theory, somebody could be watching and seeing what I'm doing, but I'm not too concerned about that. Not with this. I'm still learning the game as it is. And again, that blue dot lets you know that it's your opponent's turn. They rolled a 3. Now, if they can match with either of those weathers sitting out there, they'll be able to get an additional die roll, potentially. So I'm hoping they're not drawing one of those cards. It's hard to know. 18 cards opposite, 35 in total remain in the arsenal. There's that weather, so they're going to get an extra die roll. So it's not just extra actions, but it's extra cards you add to your hand. And look at this, another weather. And that's the ominous blood foil looking one. Actually, I said weather, that's action. Or force, I should say. Get the terms right. A force card. Taking out one of my territories. There's a building card. Now, the first of their 2 die rolls. Like, they can come through with a WMD and take me out. And, well, let's see. They're going to pull some cards back with that building card. Play a building card in Warsaken Blitz. You can either return 3 cards from your discard pile to your hand, or 6 cards from your discard pile to your arsenal, and then shuffle. I'm guessing they were bringing back 3 cards. You can see what they're lining up there with an action. If I roll at least a 3, I should be able to win the match here. It's a 1! Oh my. It's risky. If I play 1 out there and it gets taken out, then that would also take up a spot. I only have 1 I can play, so I can't empty my blueprints. But I can't even do anything with the stolen blueprints because I only rolled a 1. Well, okay, I'm going to take my chance with the S21R. Although this might have been one turn too many to give my opponent to catch up here. If they play a WMD and then have one more force card to match what's out there, they rolled a 5, I could get knocked out right here if they have that. My opponent has 23 cards. They can also play a weather card. That's intel, so it's going to mess with the cards I have out there in theory. Well, I tell you about that card, that, what was the S21R? Just got knocked off the board. That was a risk I took. There's a force card. So at least the WMD coming through is not going to get full benefit because I would, with only one territory, WMD would just take out the one territory. There's force card out there. 5. All right. Well, as long as I get something that matches up with a... Okay, the weather will at least buy me extra time. Man. The blueprints, I mean, that's the intel. Play the weather. Getting this extra roll. You want that +1 turn. In this case, if you're me. 2 more that I can play here. Well, you know what? I've got the 2 blueprints. I can play these. I'll get the extra roll after this, so... And the problem is they only have the one sitting out there. I'll make him discard 3 cards. I probably won't do very much. I need to hit... Well, I need to get a 3 here. 3 or higher to win the match, I think. This'll work. I also needed a 3rd to match, and I got it here, so this is... Sometimes you get the breaks when it comes to games. Play all 3 of the Z27 Tigers. There's the...
Select target.
The compromised leader. The tyrant, Ziana, eliminated. And I win the match.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right. Well, I got the win. Good game. Again, because with Warsaken Blitz, it's a simplified version. It's the categories that are more important than whatever it tells you on the individual card. If I made mention in Discord that I'm streaming now. Here we go.
Warsaken.
The rematch. Max.war. All right. Well, I've got a pair of WMDs, which is nice to have out of the gate. I'd have one as far as the buildings go, so nothing to take up too much space. I'm going to keep it. You have the option of basically a reroll of your deck of 60, your arsenal. But I typically don't go for that. I have at least 2 of a kind to match. Speaking of matching, 2 forces there out of the gate. 2 WMDs out of the gate. Max.war not messing around in a building card play. My turn. 5. All right. Well, as you saw in the last game, the problems if you put one out there, that you have 3 of a kind of. I don't have that issue right here, but I know that that might get targeted, so I'm not going to put my WMDs out there. I will put my 2 pairs of forces out there. The tanks and the S21Rs. Or, it doesn't matter, but it's easier for me to remember. We'll go with Roman's prototype. Sean IOP, thank you for the follow. Let's see. Oh, it's my turn. I'll finish this up here, huh? I'm gonna go ahead and play one of my S21Rs. So I've got some options out there. Maybe it was foolish to go with so much force out there, but again, I'm still learning with this. That's my voice, not a robot. Hope I don't sound too robotic. I have somewhat of a filter on this. So here we go. It's a pair of force cards there. 2 different sets of force cards set up there along with that WMD, and then spot cleared up. Sometimes that's a smart move, is to pull a card back. If you have an extra action, you're not going to be able to do anything else anyway. I'll try to copy my voice. I don't know about that. Let's see, how many S... I've got the 1 out there, so I can pair these other 2 up, and I'll be able to take out one of my opponent's territories. It really doesn't matter that much. Typically the last one I go for is Vast Hinterland. That's the only one that's like a -1 morale that I know of. There could be stuff I don't know about. It doesn't matter as much for me, the way that I play, and just the way that Warsaken Blitz. I think regular Warsaken morale is going to be very important. I just don't see it as much with this. I have 1 more action I can take this turn. I still want to sit on those captured leaders. I don't want to put it out there. I think it would get targeted. So not anything like overwhelming. I have that 1 spot sitting there. Different weather options. We'll put fire in the fields out there. I'm not sure if that's like smart gameplay or not. I guess it depends on what I draw the next round and see how smart I do or don't look. Right, back to me. Alright, so I rolled a 5. So I can use another force. This will take out the second of my opponent's 4 territories. And for the I love the sound effects for this game. Alright, so I have 4 more actions to take here. I'm still going to wait until I get a third on the... Putting the WMD out there is dangerous. I'll play a pair of Terrifying Storms. Would love to be able to make a third of those if I can get lucky on a draw. Let's see. Like right now, I've got that fire in the fields out there, but I'm going to bring it back to my hand to keep the space open. I know that might seem wasteful, but that's just... I think that's going to be my best move. Maybe not. Maybe that's not the right way to do it. Yeah, you make a good point, Sean, as far as the... Because morale's not... I mean, maybe I'll have to switch, especially if people learn that I stream this. I'll have to mix it up some. I mean, maybe there is an approach. But I was watching... Before I got started with this, with Blitz, I was like, I'm going to finally learn how to play this game. It's a lot of fun. Alright, so I rolled 3. So I've got the 2 spots over there open. I'll play a pair of fire in the fields. And I realize that may seem redundant after the last turn. The back and forth with it. I've got 2 assassination attempt cards I could play on the intel side. But only have 1 remaining play here. I think putting 1 of those out there is just going to get in the way. Alright, Max.War's turn now. And they've got a bunch of cards out there with 2, which means 1 more. You can have a WMD and a pair of forces, and I can go from 4 territories to 0. But they only rolled a 1, so... Well, they made it count at least. A calculated risk is not a risk at all. 1. Ugh. Man. In turn, we keep that spot open over there, but I don't know. That. There's a building card, 3 more. I presume they'll use, because you got a couple of options. When you play a building card, you can, normally I think people will return 3 cards from your discard piles. You get to pick them. Or you can return 6 of them from your discard pile, put them in your arsenal if somebody's going after your arsenal. Here's my 2nd territory off the board. I'm staring down a WMD ×2 sitting up there. All right, 5. So 5 cards coming in. As much as I was sitting on those captured leaders, it's going to turn out to be the white phosphorus bomb when I take out the last 2 territories. It's WMD. Look at that. That is a visually impressive looking card. And while my other 2 look different, for the purposes of Blitz, it works. So, I mean, you got to pick them, but there's no need to pick them. There's no decision to make. You got to take those 2. All right, 2 more to play here this round. See, I got the W1 sitting out there. Now, maybe the move would have been to play a weather instead of the way I did it, but... Okay, let's look. I already got the weather sitting out there like that. I think it's... I don't know. I could put the tornadoes out there. I think I'll play 2 of the tornadoes. Let's go ahead and do that. And that'll be it for the turn. Oh. Yeah, you're right, John, as far as the weather first. That's what I should have done. You're exactly right. Look at this, the WMD. This could be a force card to knock me out and beat me right here. Let's see. Nope. Luckily for me, not a third one of those sitting up there amongst the 18 cards. Roll a 4. All right, so just to be sure, got the W1 out there, got the compromised leader, and I'll be able to play. There's the compromised leader after I took out the 4 territories. Eliminate. And I'll win it here. All right, good game. If any of you want to play, feel free to type !join in chat. If you'd like to play. Cyber real quick. Sounds good. Good game. All right. Like the way I've got it set up, and some of this is still a work in progress with the queue system. Oh, here we go. Okay, great. So you do this the correct way now. So I believe if I hit !next, it bumps my name out of there. And here we go. So now one thing I didn't think through, I guess, was on the code to make sure. I mean, please don't take the code somebody else if it's going to be us. Maybe I can whisper it to you. I'm really not all that strong when it comes to this part of it. Like if I put join with code, maybe let's type it in here. Just please let Sean have this one. So go start. Hey, Quadrell's Arts here. Hello. I don't see Quadrell. You do an amazing job. You got those like 4 matches going on at once. I'm here like I'm lucky to get 1 versus 1 going. You do an awesome job. I've enjoyed watching your work. So let's see. So I'm trying to match up here with Sean. Okay, /W. And I'll bring up the slate real quick so I can bring the code up. Join with code. And then I can whisper you the... Let me see if I can get this right. I'm hoping I won't botch this. Okay, I've got to type your username. I thought replying to you would work. So I'm going to try this with the username, and then I'll type this again. It's a 0. It looks like Bob, but it's a 0. So, although I kind of ruined the point of whispering it now, didn't I? Okay, let's see. Please use the whisper window. What did I just try to do? Okay, you know what? Let me just type it here. Just please let Sean have this one. All right, so let's see. Let me go through here. Thank you to the follow, CM, CSKI123. Greetings and welcome.
Warsaken.
Glad to have you here. Quadrills Art in the house. Zeal 450, hello, hello. And here we go. I probably botched some of the name reads, so my apologies on that. Okay, so I've got a pair of the Violent Tornadoes. I don't like having the two building cards early, so while I do like having a pair of two, I'm going to use the mulligan here. And look at that, worked out well. I got 3 of a kind there with the John Ryder. Definitely going to keep that. You got an option, a second mulligan, give your opponent an extra card. I've never taken a second mulligan. I think that would be maybe it doesn't make that much of a difference, but I'm not going to try it here. And luckily for me, I get to roll first. All right. So I rolled 2, so I'm actually not going to play the Riders here because then they'd be vulnerable sitting out there. This will be vulnerable too, but in a different way. I'm going to put the pair of white phosphorus bombs out there. WMD. All right. So I guess for next challengers, I'm not sure what the protocol is as far as when to advance it for the next person. I guess after the match. For now, we'll make sure it's clear that Sean's the one I'm playing up against. Okay. So we got a pair of weathers out there. The weather card, you get either 3 additional actions in your current turn or an extra turn, a die roll after the completion of your current turn. So those can be powerful, especially if you can like get them going in succession when you got a bunch of cards sitting around. I can have John Riders here. You don't get extra for playing 4 of a kind. It's the first time I've run into that. Unless there's something like I need to play a weather first. Maybe I don't need to just rush in. But I only see 2 terrifying storms. I got the fire in the field. We're just going to play the Riders.
Select target.
And it doesn't really matter which one you go for when you're not aiming at morale. All right, 3 more to play here. I've still got the 2 sitting out. WMD sitting out there as a potential target. I could play the terrifying storms, which I think I'll do. I've got 1 more to play here if I want to. I've got 2 spots over there open. This is where I'm not sure strategically if it really is better to what to do here. I'm going to play it. We'll put one of the architectures out there, and that'll end the turn. All right. Trying to keep up with the chat here. I'm still learning the game, too. Sergeant. Mickey Blackstone in Discord, thank you. Soul of the Cat, hello. Greetings. Appreciate the follows. Flame494. Terran Lore follows. Thank you so much. That blue dot up there tells you it's still your opponent's turn. That's helpful for this live streaming element. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. So nothing that just jumps off the board at you. I got the pair of D24 eyes. 1 spot over there. Now there's risk to it, but I think I'm going to do it nonetheless. So those are my 2 actions for the turn. Turn's over. My opponent's got 10 cards. We'll see what they roll here. Many thank you for the follows. I appreciate it greatly. All right, so my opponent has 3 territories open. I've taken out 1 of them. All 4 of mine remain. My opponent rolled a 6. So the talk of 4 territories is about to end. So 3 territories apiece. And now 3 more actions for my opponent. There's 3 of a kind of a building card. With a building card, you can return 3 cards from your discard pile to your hand, or 6 from your discard pile to your arsenal. If an opponent's going out of your arsenal, typically the move is to take 3 out of your discard piles. You get to pick the ones you get. It works out quite nicely. Sometimes. All right, well, here's something that worked out quite nicely. My WMD. You can only play one WMD per match, and that takes out two of your opponent's territories. So my opponent's down now to one territory. If I can take out that last territory, at that point my opponent's leader will be compromised. 5 more than I can play here. Oh, let's see. I should probably get the non-glitchy looking one. That was jumping around. I was thinking it was like giving you the hint. Let's see, I've got how many spots? Just the one row. I might... Okay, let's play the second one of this out here at least. I mean, it's risky. I'm going to leave a spot open. I think that's going to be the play. Although it's 4, it just feels bothersome to do that. But, because the problem is then it's going to have a bunch of 2s. So if I have like a roll of 4 and I've got like the perfect play to win the match maybe, or at least I need to really get it going, or 3 of a kind of weather that drops in my hand that I don't have out there already, that could just be trouble. So as much as I don't like doing it, I'm going to end the turn with 4 actions still to go. And maybe that's not the right way to do it. So a roll of 4 by my opponent. Goes from 13 to 17 cards in hand. Now 4 actions to be taken. If they play a third on that weather, if you play a weather card, you get a chance. And most of the time, in my experience, you're going to take that extra turn. What just happened there? The extra turn, another roll to die. You can really, if you start stacking them up with the weathers, you can do some damage. Max Harper dealer in the house. Hello, hello. All right, my turn. 2. All right. Again, I advise to you pull your hand down. There's not, like, you want to move in a reasonably fast fashion, but all right. And it does help you with the card bouncing around, which I need to really not have that the glitch version, the interrogation room in there, because that's slightly visually distracting.
Select target.
All right, there's the 4th territory. That's gonna make the my opponent's leader compromised.
Leader compromised.
All right, I've got 2 spots open. 1 more action I can take this turn. I'll put 1 of the Romans out there. So now it's my opponent's turn. My opponent rolled a 6. Thank you, Max Harper dealer. Thank you. I wasn't sure what I needed to do. Here we go. There's the WMD. That's why I do have to pay attention. It really impresses me how there's some streamers that have just hundreds and hundreds, not thousands of people, and they interact with them and they're playing these games that require their attention. Uh-oh, speaking of requiring attention, my last territory is about to get knocked off the board. Force card.
Leader compromised.
So if they play a weather card, a 3rd one here, and they could get another roll, my hope is they won't be able to do that. At least I'll have to worry about there being 3 of a kind hiding up there as a force to come get me, with only 2 actions left. But that could happen if it ends up being a 3rd weather played. We'll see. Let's talk about those action cards. 2 of them sitting right there. 6. All right. Well, I didn't get the matching action card, but I got 2 sets of 3 each on the weathers. We're going to have a couple more of the die rolls coming up here. Better believe I'm taking that extra turn. Still 3 more for this. And it's time for some triple fire in the fields. Now these weather cards, ignore the text on there for the purposes of Blitz. It's a simplified version of the game. So I get 2 extra turns. 5,000 in a spin. Here's the first of my two. I just need to get something to match up. Okay, a roll of 1. Oh, let's see. I can go ahead and play the second Roman out there, so if I roll another one, but I happen to get a Roman to drop in, then I haven't squandered my chance to win here. All right, so there's the extra die roll from the second weather. 2. Roman, what did I say? Although it would have worked if I hadn't done it there, but man, if I would have rolled a 1 and hadn't, I would have looked silly. The G-Force doesn't do anything special for you for the purposes of Blitz, but it looks cool. And it's gonna get me the win right here. Eliminate my opponent's leader. Good game. All right. So now if I do this correctly, I'll hit exclamation point next. And that's gonna bump me up. I'm gonna do a quick peek over on this computer, make sure it's looking correct on the live stream. So Zeal450, you're up next. I-420 Spit, 710 Fire, hello. Thank you, good game. All right, so Zeal, if you're next, and this is one part of it I haven't exactly fine-tuned yet as far as the whisper, so... Okay, that's what I'm about to do here, Zeal. Let me see. Let me bring up the slate for the moment. Okay, so I put... Okay. Let's see if I can figure out how to reply here. And this is what, W? And then I didn't put the @ thing. I think that was my problem before. So I'm going to try this. I'm sending you the code right now, Zeal. And we'll... it just... Excuse me. I don't... Man, it shouldn't be this... I'm going to type it in chat, so please don't steal it, anyone. Zeal, this is for you. For Zeal. I will get better at this. Sorry, I'm not I'm not used to trying to use whispers by way of OBS Studio, and I could probably pull it up in a browser. The @ I tried that, it didn't work, Quadrails Art. I'll get this figured out. Like, I enjoyed this. Like, I'm Warsaken. All right, got it to work there. Like, I've worked for years and years as a sports broadcaster. Enjoy broadcasting. I haven't done as much with streaming lately. I did some a few years ago, just testing it out. I'm going to use a mulligan here. I do have 2 of a kind that control the message. Maybe it doesn't matter. We're having 2, especially non-matching buildings early. I feel like those get in the way. I'm going to use my mulligan. Well, now I've got 4 buildings. Now I've got a tough one. Okay, I know I got 2 of the kind on that. I've never done this before, ever playing this game. I'm going to use a second mulligan. So my opponent gets an extra card. Well, fire in the fields. So I only rolled a 1. Nothing else matches except for the 3 of a kind. I'm going to save those just on the odd chance that... Or should I? Because that would take having an intel card. Who played intel card this early just to go after 1 card sitting out there? Or a weather card, no less. Okay, we'll do that. I don't want to overthink it. All right, so a couple of pairs of force cards out there looming ominously. Roll a 5, which means 5 cards coming in. Fire in the fields. And that red lets you use all the cards you have. Up to 3 if you have the actions for it. Definitely use the extra turn. 3 more to play here. Now, nothing as far as out there At the moment, Federation RS, thank you for the follow. Okay. We'll put the pair of Z27 Tigers out there. And I'll put... We'll put one of the hacked networks. And that'll be it for the turn. Oh, it won't, because I get to roll again. That's right. 3. I've got 2 of the WMDs for the white phosphorus bomb. I think I'll play, let's see. This one I really need to get cards that all look the same for the purposes of these live streams, because I actually have a second hacked network already out there. So 2 more I can play, and then I'll play the pair of violent tornadoes. So I've got a variety of options out there for the next turn. We got 2 of a kind on those intels, and then that's it. Again, savvy players know not to necessarily try and fill up all 4 of the spots out there. Got the successful mole hunt I'll be able to play. The problem is I only rolled a 1, so not on this turn. So this is where I could put 1 out there, but there's the risk of an intel getting played and then it get taken off the board, like what happened in the last game. So I'm actually going to leave that spot open and in the turn. Like, I have mixed emotions as far as the cards matching, because like at a glance I like to be able to know that, okay, these are the same, because for the purposes of Warsaken Blitz, they are, but like, I've had some of these cards for a long time, and that just very recently I learned Blitz and decided to give it a shot with live streaming. And again, if you ever aren't sure, just look for that blue dot up there. There have been times before where I thought it was my turn was over, but it wasn't. That blue dot actually helps more than you might think. Now, I realize I can't see it on mine when I've got my overlay with it, but it just shows up above that big purple circle with Lou written in the middle there. My NashvilleLou brand colors, purple and white, but especially purple, was just by chance my high school and college alma maters. Father Ryan High School in Nashville and the University of Evansville up in Indiana both have purple as their primary color. So for me, it was a no-brainer to incorporate that into my own personal brand. So waiting now here for my opponents. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I love broadcasting. Give me a microphone. I'll at least try to call it. I've called a lot of different things from a lot of different places. I once called a high school football game from a scissor lift, because the press box roof down at Baylor School in Chattanooga that year in 2016 had been condemned. We're supposed to broadcast from, been condemned. And look, that's what it took to get the job done. And that's how, it's a lot easier to sit on my couch and do this, is my point. So a lot of fun to be had. So a lot of cards sitting out there. Okay, rolled a 5. I've got 2 of those violent tornadoes sitting out there. Without a 3rd, it doesn't do much. Go ahead and use the successful mole hunt. Now this lets me have a number of options here. With the intel, you can bounce 3 opponents' score. You can see right there. I don't have to tell you about it. If you're going for somebody's arsenal, which is an approach some people take, milling 6 is a popular choice. You can make them discard 3, but they get to choose. I'd much prefer going through something like this. Give them a nice surprise. 1 force, and they can take out both of them if you want to, but...
Select target. Select target.
We'll get the tour there. Now, also I want to say, I'm not sure if that's actually the best approach when it comes to strategy. Okay, so I've got a... I've got a couple of pairs, or 3 pairs to be exact, but I've also got some pairs out there. I'm going to leave the space open. In turn. I found that I regret it when I fill that 4th space up with a single card, especially in something like this where there's the potential of an opponent that's already got a bunch of cards set up, going on a bit of a run, playing some intel, and wiping it off the board. All right, so for the moment, we each have all 4 of our territories. Show you my hand as far as the WMD, and the WMD will take out 2 of your opponent's territories. You only get 4, so it's a big card. But I want to be careful about putting it out there. And again, part of it is I don't want to have like all those spots taken up and have 3 of a kind that I can play, and I have to use 2 actions just to clear the space I just filled up before. See there, sometimes the right move is to go ahead and, especially after I went through and used that intel, gave a nice surprise. 1. All right, so I'll have a trio of guard towers, but it's risky. And yet it's a 3 of a kind, and can't just wait indefinitely. So I'll play one of those. We'll see if I regret it or not. Because my opponent just saw me fill up my last open spot there with a standalone card, which might be a bit of a tell. So it'd be great if I could get a match for the force that I've got sitting out there. The Z27 Tiger. Got a pair of John Riders. The guard towers, that's first and foremost. I could go back there and get a weather trio. So I've got a few options with that, depending on how it plays out. I mean, I could roll a 1 and not be able to do it at all. That's also part of it, just the reality. Okay, my turn. 5, all right. All right, so I can play the Intel Hacked Network. There's 3 out there. I can clear the board off, essentially, if I do that. Those are all weather cards. I've got the guard tower. Now I have 4 guard tower cards that I don't really need. I'll play, let's see. We'll use the Hacked Network first.
Select target.
So we'll bounce, and using the red will knock out both of them at once, save myself some time, which I like. So we clear that out. 4 more that I can play here. And luckily for me, I can play these guard towers. And again, if my arsenal were under attack, and I have used that before, so it's not without merit, but more often than not, probably the bulk of the time, you're going to want to return 3 to your hand, because look at this, you get to pick whichever ones you want. It's quite nice. There's a lot of intel I could use, but I've just played a couple of intels anyway. Fire in the fields. I know the other 2 cards aren't the 1 of 10 like this one is, but they come back all the same when you do it like that. I've still got 2 more that I can play here. I could put 2 of the 4 fire in the fields out there now. I could put the 2 riders out there, but I think fire in the fields, even though there's risk it could get targeted, I think it's going to be worth that risk. All right, so I only had 2. Like if I had had 3 actions available, it would have just done the entire group of 3. But instead, because I clicked that red, that's my point there, that it will play up to the actions you have remaining in that turn, but then no more, because it can't. So this is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. My opponent rolled a 6. With 26 cards. Let's see how many of my 4 territories remain before this turn is over. They could play a trio of weathers. They could do a lot of things. Well, there's the intels. I wonder if it's going to be like a boom, 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 going for 1-1-1. Yep. All's fair and turn around. I mean, luckily for me. Sometimes it works out having 4 of a kind. Sometimes. So 3 building cards. And you can peek at your opponent's discard pile there. See what they have to choose from. I'm not sure if how it lets you see that. All right, rolled a 3. All right, well, you know what? No, the proper thing to do is look down. Okay, for sure, yes. There is fire in the fields, 1 out there. I'll go ahead and play 2 more. I'm going to get that extra turn. Forget the +3. I want the extra cards to come with it. Hopefully. Hopefully more than, I say cards plural. If it's a roll of 1, then it's 1 card. All right, so I have 2 spots open. I could put 1 out there and fill 1 of the spots. Still waiting on the WMD. We'll play a John Ryder. All right, so thanks to the weather card trio that I played, I get another roll of the die. 4. All right, well, it worked out with the John Ryder. Also the Intel, but I don't know about using Intel this turn. Even though I could, because there's nothing out there on the battlefield.
Select target.
And again, for the purposes of Warsaken Blitz, if you're not really focusing on morale, it doesn't matter which one you choose. All right, so 2 more that I can play here. I could put 2 out there for the control the message to have it set up to go next time. I could put a pair of sandstorms out there, but there's risk if that doesn't. Like, if I roll a 2 next time, then what do I do? I think I'm going to go ahead and just put 2 of these out there, knowing it could get targeted. But also knowing my opponent has nothing up there up front at the moment. And they just rolled a 1. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. And it's my turn. 5. All right, 3 of those with the sandstorm. So play the weather first, I think. Let's see what we have out there. Yep, play the weather first. 3 of the kind with the blinding sandstorm. Of course, with that +1 turn. Now, so 3 territories sitting out there. I still need a 3rd white phosphorus bomb to pull off the WMD. Got this stuff hanging down there at the bottom. My intel. Okay, that's the 3rd one of the intel. I've got the 3 of a kind here, but I can't play them all in 1 turn, so I'll wait on the force. Instead, I will go control the message, I think. Or no, because I was holding off on that, because I don't have enough out there to make it really worth my while. Decisions. We'll use the pair of W1 tanks. Oh, when I get to go again, I should really keep better track of that. And I rolled a 6. Let me think about this for a second. Okay. I think if I bring back, it's probably not worth trying to bring back a. I think better off just going. Well, you know what? All right. Well. Oh, okay. That's because I already have 2 out there.
Select target.
All right. So my opponent's gonna be down to 2 territories. All right. So 5 more. Yeah, I could go to the. I'm down to 24 on that side. I could take 6 from there and refill my arsenal, but that's not really going to be what I need. I could try to get weather in here to get another round, just because if I roll the die and get a high number, But I don't know. I mean, really what I need is that WMD, I think. But if I use the barracks to bring back, I would have 2. Nah, I'm just going to go ahead and play a force here. For all this hemming and hawing.
Select target.
Maybe I'll regret not waiting on that WMD. That's a chance I'm taking here. I'm going to put 2 of the L1 needles out there. And that's it for my turn. No worries, Zeal. You gotta go. I didn't mean to slow roll you there. Down to 3 territories. There's a WMD out there. All right, thank you for joining the queue. 420. All right, so I know it's still my opponent's turn since they have that up there. Okay, I can roll as quick with it as possible. Got to get going there. Only 2. Okay. Luckily, I got that L1 needle out there, and then what is? It's an intel. Which I'm gonna.
Select target.
All right. So the 4th territory is off the board for my opponent. I got the 1 sitting here, but I can. I wonder what happens if you play an intel and the opponent only has 2 cards sitting out there. Maybe just bounces them both for you.
Select target.
I'd wondered if it was going to just make me sit there. But it just goes ahead and skips the 3rd since there are only 2 out there total. So my opponent has all the territories gone, down to a compromised leader. I've got 3 territories here safe for the moment. Safe is a relative thing. So maybe, Zeal, if you had to head out, then that's, I mean, I don't know if it would count. Does it even keep track of wins and losses? I'm not sure at this point if it does. But I don't want to just end the game if I misinterpreted that, but I took that as you had to get going. All right, we said C, so okay. We'll go ahead and end the match here. I mean, like, I hope this won't count against me as far as wins and losses go, but I'm still learning, so if that does, then so be it. For the good of the stream. All right, so now I get to advance the queue next. All right. Now, Louver's technology. Alright, so Tara and Lord, you'll be up next. If I can get this to work. Okay. Okay, so with... Maybe if I... So you type the person's name with the @ symbol first, and then like /W to whisper? I really do have to get this figured out. Bring the slate up, and... All right. I don't think that whispered it, but at least got it to you, hopefully. I tried it with like the /W space in the username. I tried it with the /W space @ username, and neither seemed to work, but here we go. Another match in Warsaken Blitz. Yes, thank you. Good luck. All right. Well, 2 of the tornadoes. I don't like having the 2 buildings in there as much, so I'll use the mulligan. All right, so I got a pair of the W1s. No buildings to take up space right now. We'll keep it. All right, thank you, Max Harper Dealer, joining the queue. Six. All right. So I've got 2 sets of 2 with the WMDs, which is interesting. We'll use a force right out of the gate. Take out one of the 4 territories opposite me. I've got 3 more actions I can take this turn. And normally I would have some hesitance about putting WMD stuff out there, but I already have 2 of the others in my hand anyway. This will take up just one of the 4 spots out there on the field. The war zone, it's called. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Oh, and it's still my turn, I guess. I'm sorry. Start working on other stuff or trying to get the next turn set up and realize that's where that blue dot's handy. I wasn't trying to slow roll you there. Okay, I'll play one of the 2 fire in the fields. Okay. So 3 sets of 2 each out there on the board for my opponent. 1. And again, it's the same with that fire in the fields as with this. Even though the cards look a bit different. For the purposes of Warsaken Blitz, they fit together. My opponent rolled a 2. I've got 2 of the captured leader cards. I've got 2 of the white phosphorus. Those are both WMD, so you can only play 1 WMD per match. My turn. 5. All right, a weather card. This will give me an extra turn. Whoa. There we go. I'm going to take that extra turn. Thank you very much. 2 more to play for this one. I wouldn't want to put the captured leader out there having the... I already have the white phosphorus. I wouldn't want to have 2 of my 4 spots taken up, 2 each, with WMDs. You could run into some real trouble doing that. I don't know that there's any sort of big major gain to be had with choosing any one of these in particular out there, so I'm just going to leave it for now. In turn, not the game. Gonna get into the roll. 6. Let's see what we have dropping in here. All right. We got some options. I'm going to play a trio of intel cards. Use the intel to bounce 1 each of the cards sitting out there. My enemy's legion. There are other options. I could make them discard 3 of their choosing, or if I want to go after their arsenal, I could make them get rid of 6. But balancing 3, especially here, quite nice. Not both of them. Be careful here. You don't want to bounce them both. If you're using the 1 each approach, which I'm using. Now, I'll play the John Ryder Oil Engineer. It's a force card. Eliminate the second of my opponent's 4 territories. Musical Man 00, thank you for joining the queue. My opponent rolled a 6. So it's interesting now for my opponent because I remember they had 2/2/2 out there, and I took 1 of each off the board with that intel. And intel can do a lot of damage, but so can a WMD. WMD takes out 2 territories. Just like that, I'm down to 2 territories to match what my opponent has. And it's not lost on me that they still have those force cards out there. So they took 1 off the board and replaced it with 1 with a pair of 2 there. I think that's the John Ryder. 1. All right, so nothing that matches out there. I'll go ahead and play. Got 2 spots. I'll play one of my 2 successful mole hunt intels. Really want to save that WMD if I can go boom boom with that. Whether it's the 1 more just to add to the 2 sitting out there, or the captured leader WMDs that I have 2 of in my hand. Really want to play that first, and then if you can, that's where it gets tricky with this game. You can only play 1 WMD per match. And it takes out 2 territories as opposed to 1. But if your opponent only has 1 left, you've been better off saving that force that you used to take out their 3rd. But that's with the value of hindsight. 2. Okay. So I could put one of the 2 Romans prototypes out there. I don't know about that. I could go ahead and put out the other captured leader, but then what if it's an intel and you go boom, boom, boom? Then it's a bad spot. I could play a pair of, I'll play the Romans. Do that. I might not have that many turns left. I'm not sure. Some of that will be contingent on what my opponent does here. And they just rolled a 6, so look out. They played a building card. That probably is going to mean they're going to pull something back from their discard pile. Like, they're not going to pull back the WMD, though. You wouldn't figure because you can't use that more than once. I got some weather cards out of there, I think. Well. Weather card gives you an extra roll to die. And Warsaken Blitz. They rolled a 4, which means 4 cards going in there, too. Weather cards, so they get yet another turn. That's what I was talking about. You can go on a roll with those weathers, potentially. Intel. Something's going to get targeted. Are they going to come after my Roman? Are they going to go after my WMD? I'll do one of each in my Intel there. They played a weather card. All right. 2. The Intels. But I don't have any of them on the board. The Roman, I paid the price for putting that Roman out there, didn't I? I don't think pulling those off the board just to open up spots is going to matter. I could be wrong about that. I may go ahead and play 2 of the 3 Intels just to go ahead and get that started. Maybe that's a mistake. I don't know, but we'll see. There's a weather card, which means another roll of die. And a 6. A 6! All right, here's a force card. I'll be down to 1 territory. Reactions to go this turn. It's a force card. It's going to compromise my leader.
Compromised.
See, I told you so. My turn. All right. 4. All right. So one of my white phosphorus bombs got knocked off the board, but I just had 2 more drop in here. There's a nice sort of way out as far as weather goes here, I don't think. Maybe. Well, if nothing else, we'll use the WMD and get rid of those remaining 2 territories. The port and the hinterland. Out.
Compromised.
I love the sound in this game. So 2 actions to go this turn. I almost think it would be a mistake to use the intel here. Even though I could. Oh, actually, no, I should. Because that's a force. I was thinking that was a weather. That's why I try to talk things out and think them over. To this point, let's see. One more time. Okay, I got 2 actions to go this turn. I've already got 2 out there. With the intel, I can get rid of that action. At least those 2 sitting out there. It's make sure you choose the right one. Bounce.
Select target.
3 from the Legion. And it's 2 of the same card.
Select target.
There's not a 3rd one. Not a 3rd one to choose. It's still my turn. See how they've darked out the remaining WMD cards since you can't use them at this point. All right, I already have the 1 Roman out there anyway. Play. So we'll see what my opponent does here. Well, 3 of a kind on the force cards. That's the match. You can tell I'm still very new to this to know when the... Normally I know how to lay out when the voiceover's giving you the info. Alright. Terran Lord victorious. Good game. Alright. I-420 Spit 710 Fire, you're next. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Appreciate everybody's taking the time to watch tonight, to play live, player versus player against me. Stopping into chat here. So let's see. I guess up to... Again, this is where it almost like it's remedial skills with Twitch. For as much as I've been watching Twitch and trying to learn, I think there's so many possibilities that there's potential, especially with great games like this one. So, okay, I'll send you the code. All right, I'm gonna send you the code here. I'm sure this isn't the right way as far as actually whispering it, so please, this one's for you. And then we'll get that next match going here in just a moment. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. So we'll get this connected. Make sure I typed it correctly. A slight edge of paranoia. Did I inverse the letters? Did my mild dyslexia kick in? My schedule has finally opened up a bit. Here we go.
Warsaken.
All right. I like this as a starter. Couple of pair. Okay, I'll keep that. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. So I've got, and again, I think before I live stream again with Warsaken Blitz, I'll go through and set my decks up where the cards look alike or look at least closer. As much as I love those very nice high-end cards I've had for a long time and not really anything to do with them, for the purpose of understanding, I think that might help. Oh, hey, no worries, Zeal. To return. All right, so for the moment, and I'll momentarily take the overlay down, show you that's what it looks like on my end. I've been given the title of latrine engineer. There's money in wastewater. Anyway, so hopefully I get something really nice to drop in out of the gate. The flip side on this, if you put those out there, they're going to get targeted. The WMDs will. Got a couple of standalones with that, with the weather. Okay. And the game crashed and kicked you out. That was what I was going for. I like the in-game music, but for the purposes of my stream, I think it works better with what I've got. Okay, so I need to figure out... I've got an idea. I'll just go ahead and bring up the slate. I'm going to reboot the Warsaken.cards. Well, it says waiting for enemy to accept hand. It won't let me out. So I tried like resetting it and it just like... Okay. I'll figure this out. Okay. All right, we'll try it again here. All right. Yeah, there should be an end match option. I agree. Let's try it again with the code. Did you have to restart your computer there, 420, or it crashed and kicked you out? I don't know how long it's going to take as far as, like, I hate for you to lose your spot. We didn't even really get started with the match. Okay, using the... Okay, you ready? Okay, let me, I don't have the proverbial muscle memory as far as remembering when to bring up the slate, when to... which button to hit as far as, like, start a match. It seems like start a match would be what you want, but join with code, because start a match puts you into the, auto matchup side. Oh, hey, Sean, it's going well. It's going well. I've got people queued up here if we can get this to sync up properly. Again, I realize this isn't a whisper. I'm not doing this the quote-unquote proper way as far as that goes, but for tonight, please bear with me. Endure my remedial Twitch skills. Warsaken Blitz is a lot of fun. It's fun to live stream. It's enough of a, regular pace that you're not going to get bored with it, but it's not so fast paced that you can't talk and have a few conversations as well. Okay, W.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Let me bring the slate down. I'm going to copy what you sent me there, Sean. I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to look at it later. I will figure this out. All right. So here we go. Only one as far as the buildings to take up spots. I've got two with the fire and the fields. Use the mulligan here. Let's see what happens. Okay. Well, I got a pair of force cards there. We'll keep it. Wait for my opponent to have their cards decided on. We'll get going. Oh, it locked up again on you? Okay. Use this, the high command, like with quotation marks or without. I think for now I'm going to have to go ahead and bounce on to the next. Hopefully we can get this working. Without the quotes, okay. I was trying it like that before, and I don't know why it wasn't whispering. But I'm sure it was user error or something on my end. Oops, wasn't trying to plug my stuff there. Pull the wrong one up. Okay, so let me... Again, I've years and years of experience in broadcasting. I spent many years as a television news producer. But I tell you what, having to handle my own production has given me a whole new appreciation for some of the great broadcast engineers I worked with through the years. Sometimes The tech stuff, especially for me, it's not my strong suit. But live streaming so much fun that it's worth it. It's not that difficult to figure out. I'm sure I just don't have it set up. Okay. All right. I'm going to bring this up. We're going to use the next command. Sorry, 420, but it's not connected for us right now. So I don't know. For now, I'm going to have to bump ahead to the next. Double check something here. Checking my settings live on a screen, which feels like just danger. Okay, so I'm not. Okay. Just trying to figure out how much. There is a slight delay as far as what you see. I'm just checking it on the live stream. There it is. I was trying to get to the full screen. The one negative with this, being able to see the print's kind of small on my preview monitor that has the join information. So Max Harper Dealer, you're next. Let's get this figured out. So let's see. So if I can do this right, it's always something. All right. Space, Max Harper Dealer. And then I'll try the code. So now I need to bring the slate back up. We'll get it. Okay. Yeah, that Zian, I'm a fan of her. Let's see. Okay, it says please use the whisper window for whispers. I'm trying to do this through OBS Studio, so okay, so we're just gonna have to do it without the whisper for right now. Oh. Like, I don't know if that's something a Twitch thing or an OBS Studio thing or a Lou Pickney versus technology thing, which normally doesn't end very well. The Twitch dashboard, yeah. But I've already got, see, I've got to have OBS Studio open over here. I've got to have, there's a few things I've got to open. I've run a different computer. Like, I have Warsaken running on an entirely different computer. So if there's ever any trouble we run into, it's, like with blockchain brawlers, there was a memory issue for a while with Chrome, and it was not, the issue wasn't based on my machine, because it's a very powerful machine, designed for being able to handle a live broadcast coming in, and for me to do commentary for it, and then feed it out to the world. If I tell people I'm going to be able to do that, I have to be able to actually do that. So anyway, maybe that is something I have to do through the Twitch setup here. Yeah, the 4-screen streaming, All right, let's... There has to be an easier way, but for now. Okay. And I'm going to try, I'm using the directions. See, I knew I was doing it. I mean, it was, at least visibly looked like it now. I'm going to try it again. I mean, you've already seen the code in chat, but in case that didn't work, I want to make sure the whisper will actually work if I use it in this or no, this isn't going to work in this one because I'm not logged in here. All this stuff drives me crazy sometimes. It just drives me up the wall. All right. But I think I'm logged in on this browser. It's always something with this stuff. We'll get this figured out here in just a moment. I promise. We'll get it going. All right. So now, /w/@ Max Harper Dealer. And I'm just going to reset the code here just to get a fresh code just in case that's an issue. Okay. So now let's see if this whisper really does what I believe it's going to do. Let's see. Oh, okay. It opens it a whole conversation. Oh, okay. No wonder it wasn't working in OBS Studio. You know, 26 years ago, AOL chat was a lot more user-friendly with this stuff. But this does a lot more than AOL chat, I'm aware. All right, so we got to work. So there's progress. Progress is being made. So I'm not sure how long that's, I guess the other thing is I'm not sure if, oh, okay, there we are. OTW. See, I'm afraid I went through all this and like typed it in wrong, so I'm gonna pull it back up on this screen. Say it worked. Oh my goodness. Okay. We'll get it figured out here. Oh, on the way. Oh, okay. So I'm like, as much as I don't want to be like the old timer that doesn't understand what people are talking about, I try and keep up. And normally with acronyms, got a decent handle on it, but that makes sense. On the way, of course. So you're in the game. So like, are you playing somebody else right now? I mean, if so, that's fine. Oh, your speakers? Mm-hmm. You know, it's possible. This point, this right here is a stumbling block. I've run into this on a smaller scale with a couple other games. I know that once I can figure out the best way to get this going smoothly, it'll be better. Okay, 1 second. Okay, that's fine. We'll get things going here in just a moment. Get another game of Warsaken Blitz going. So much fun to play and live stream. And here's the thing for me. A lot of games I can't play. I get motion sick very easily. It's really not any fun. So that knocks a lot of games. And so you're first person, whatever. There we go. The carpal tunnel makes it where button mashers are a no-go for me. Like, I'm concerned with AEW Fight Forever when it comes out that I might be in for a not so nice surprise and my hand's aching. But that's part of life. I got a pair of twos that up to 2 sets of cards to start here. Only one building card, which I like early. We'll keep it. We'll get it figured out. Like, it's funny for me because I've been in some super stressful newsrooms, but especially like if you're boothing a live newscast and chaos kicks in. But when things would go wrong with the audio, I didn't have to actually fix the audio. Maybe I ran my mouth a little bit too much about this morale deck. I just got hit there. My turn. All right, so I could play an Intel now, but that'd be a bit of a waste at this point, I think. There's only one card on the board at the moment for my opponent. So I'll put a pair of Romans prototypes out there. And I'll put a pair of H5 dropships out there. I have one more I can play here. I could go ahead and put the first one of this out here. I may do that. Some risk to it, of course, but that's what I've chosen to do. Okay, it's my turn. I was trying to type in chat up. How new is auto matchmaking? I understand it to be relatively new. All right, so I rolled a 3. Which works out quite well. Actually, hang on. I'll play the dropship, then I'll knock out one of the 4 territories for my opponent. Two more to play for this round. I've got one already out there. I'm glad I played it this way. The successful mole, except for here's the thing. What do I do right now? If I go ahead and play the Intel right now, there's nothing in the war zone to send to the pile. I could force them to discard 3 from their hand. Maybe I'll do that. Because otherwise, I don't normally do this, so we'll mix it up a bit. But my opponent gets to. So do you like you can see the cards they've discarded, huh? I'm supposed to be able to do that, right? This isn't like me cheating, I hope. Like, I don't think they'd let you do that if you weren't supposed to, right? Oh, that's true. That's true with the milling. And again, that blue dot. Sometimes I get that paranoia. Wait, is it still my turn? I was wrong, but nope. Blue dot's up there. So my opponent rolls a 4. And here's the hard lesson of what happens if you have a deck with no morale. Means it could be targeted. Again, I need to get that glitchy irrigation facility one out of there. Well, if nothing else, I can play the Romans prototype.
Select target.
Take out the second of the 4 territories up there for my opponent. 2 territories remain. And the morale is an issue, potentially. Because it's not just if you play cards to knock down your opponent's morale. If you go after their territory and pick the right ones, you can do it there as well. 3 more to play. I'm going to hold off on the force because it's a weird spot. You really would prefer to have a WMD to knock those out, but not much of an option yet with that. So we'll play the pair of the interrogation facility cards there. The building cards let you bring cards back from your discard pile or help replenish your arsenal. Okay, 1 more to play here for this round. I got a spot open right there. I'll play one of the 2 S21Rs. I'll go ahead and play it. And I'm not sure if that was the right play there, but that's what I've done. Man, I'm not fast enough of a typer. I was trying to tell you, the discarding, wasn't sure. Thank you. So you can look at the discards. Which maybe I should do that a bit more then. I don't know. Okay. Here's a force. Sounds great, right? But then if next turn I have a pair of either captured leader or sub-launched attacks drop in, then I've squandered a very valuable resource here. But I've got 3 to play. See, I've got the S21R out there. But we got, well, you know, I play that and get 2 of them. Okay. That's where it helps to look and think. I'm not sure how much this will actually help me, but I'm going, well, or should I? Okay, let's do it.
Select target.
Let's see, it's still my turn. Why? I'm trying to reply in chat. No. I only have the 1 of the 4 slots taken, so I'll go ahead and, of the 2, I'll put captured leader out there. Although I don't even know why I did that necessarily, just to fill a space if nothing else. So I roll a 3 by my opponent. Try to type back. Yeah, that'd be tough with the discards. It's already my turn again. All right, 1. I I could put one of the 2 soldier barracks out there. I guess I'll do that. Now, I've got all 4 of my territories, but I know that it could easily be a hit your territory, hit your morale, and then hit your leader. I'm down to 1 morale. 3 actions to go for my opponent. Four different sets of 2 out there. 5. Okay. Well, really, I need to set myself up because I'm not going to be able to win it on this turn, I don't think. I get the 2, well, I get the sandstorms out there. I think I'm going to pull this one off the board. I'm not going to have time for that one, I suspect. I'll put the 2 of those out there. Got 2 more to play. I'll put the pair of D24 eyes out there. I'm not sure if that was the right play. Almost like I don't really need to have. Well, yeah, I don't think I played this one well. But I record everything. I live stream and I record it, so it's a chance to go back later and watch and figure, oh, what did I do wrong? What false presumptions did I make in the moment? That sort of thing. There's still the reality of this 1 sitting over here with my morale. I'm acutely aware of that. Now, I could have a couple of WMDs, the captured leader, drop into my hand that I could play just, even though it's lower value as far as what it's capable of doing. Take out that last territory and then maybe get something to match over here. But that was a roll of 6. So, here we go. This is going to take my morale down to 0. It's only going to take 1 more force to beat me. I'm compromised. See? 0.
Compromised.
Roll a 3. Let's see. Just going to take 1 more action to beat me. I still have 3 of my 4 territories, but your morale hits 0 and look out. Look out. 1 more of those? No. Oh my. 1. All right, well, let's see. End. So barring something truly unexpected happening here, I'm going to end up losing the match here in this next round, I suspect. So even though if you have 3 of your 4 territories, even if you had all 4, having your morale hit 0. I mean, that's the first time I've seen a match where either myself or somebody else lost because of morale. That ends up happening here. Yeah, I think standard should be really interesting. There it is. That's the match. Max Harper, dealer, victorious. Good game. Okay. That's a good point there. Sean IOP putting the easiest way to prevent a use of morale. Using territories with the least morale loss does -3s, and the total effective leader morale at 20. That's absolutely correct. Okay. So I believe Musical Man's going to be up next. All right. I'm confusing myself because I had a separate screen pulled up where I was trying to check the live feed, but that wasn't where I was logged in, so that was going to not do me any good. Or you, for that matter. All right, so now, Musical Man. I think this is how it works, right? Oh yeah, then I have to at the @ button. And then, of course, I should make sure I have the slate pulled up. All right, so please give me 1 second here. Okay, so I will whisper the code here within Twitch. So if this works correctly. Making sure I'm sending the right code. Hey, it worked. We're gonna figure it out yet. Now, do some of you all have like decks that are more morale based?
Warsaken.
Here we go. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much for offering the prizes there for anybody to beat me here for the rest of the stream. I appreciate it. I want to have some prize giveaways sooner as opposed to later, but I'm kind of trying to learn how everything works first before I do that. So I appreciate that greatly. Thank you. Okay, I'll take a mulligan here since nothing matches. All right, pair of blinding sandstorms, a pair of terrifying storms, pair of fire in the fields. That'll play. Keep it. Roll a 4. Well, you just load up on so many cards when you play the weathers. Now, there is risk to doing that if somebody wants to... Hang on. I'll still have one more to go for this turn. So I've got another roll. Now, there is a risk if I put this out there and roll a 1. Okay, so there is that. But if I roll at least a 2, then I'll get another roll. And plus, get a bunch of cards, too, which is really the important part. Okay, well, fire in the fields. Extra turn. Still 3 to go for this turn. I'm going to hold off on the white phosphorus bomb. We'll put out the pair of the intels, the Scent architectural plan. Leaves me with one more that I can play this round. Nothing except for that blinding sandstorm. Put one of those out. I get to roll again. So here we go. A pair of both of my WMDs that I've got in this particular deck. Risky to put either of those out there. But I'm going to go ahead and do it. Put the white phosphorus. Well, I got 2 that I can play. That's different. I'll go ahead and put 2 of them out there then. Let's see what happens. Famous last words, I know. Let's see what happens if I do this. And then Intel just completely racks my game. Three actions for my opponent. You can tell that blue dot up there to let you know. Force cards out there. 1. Well, you know, I've got the drop ships. And yet, I think keeping that 4th space open is the better play here. That's what I'll do. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Appreciate everybody's taking the time to watch here tonight. I know we got a lot of first-time viewers. But I'm a television news producer and a sports broadcaster by trade. I'm an NFL draft guy. I own DraftKing.com. I owned it the last 20 years. So my busy season just came to an end. The NFL draft was at the end of last month. My lacrosse broadcasting commitments for Swanee Tigers are done for this season, which is too bad. I love calling those lacrosse games. Oh my goodness, those were so much fun. Last year, I got on less than 48 hours notice, they asked me to call their NCAA playoff game. I had never seen men's lacrosse in person before. I watched it on television. Meanwhile, there's a force being used against me. They're taking out one of my territories. I'm down to 3. And I was very rusty. It was my first in-person, quote-unquote, real broadcast, sports broadcast, since the pandemic, since November 2019. So it'd been a while for me. I was rusty. I'd never seen the sport in person before. There were people on an expert level that were watching because the number 1 seed was playing the winner of that game. And I gave them the absolute best I could, and they liked it well enough to bring me back for this year and hopefully more for the future. And here's a WMD. Yeah, doesn't. But keep in mind, now we'll have this in the way here. But I think that's worth it to go ahead and play these. Take out 2 of the territories. So the last game I played on here, the most recent was evidence of what happens if you are completely nonchalant about morale. You end up costing you. I've got, see with the button still on me, I've got 3 more I can play. I could play a pair of guard towers here. I could go ahead and pull up these. I may do that, actually. But I don't know if that's... Yeah, I think that is actually going to be what I'll do. Because I can't use them now. That's just going to be taking up space. We'll throw a guard tower out there. My last action of the turn. My opponent's turn. My enemy's turn. Yeah, that was impressive. Boston pulled away. Yeah, and that's a smart move there. 420 talking about going after the territories with that. If you get the ones with a -4. Well, there's a WMD to take me down to 1 territory. And still 2 actions remain for my opponent. But it was a close game. I was actually at one point thinking about streaming this earlier in the day and then ended up not. I had the basketball game on. 1. Okay, well, at least I've got a 3 of a kind that I'll be able to use. But I'll play the second guard tower. So my opponent rolls a 5. It's wild with the NBA. They revamped their playoff format with the play-in game rounds, and certainly has kept things interesting. There's a force to take out my last territory.
Compromised.
You heard the voiceover guy. My leader's compromised. If there's like a boom boom on an action there, I'm going to lose the match here. Or any of them, for that matter. There's 2 of a kind about to drop in on one out there. Uh-oh. That's 2. Oh. Kicked out of 2. 5. Okay, I'll play the weather card first. I'm going to have to play 3 different sets of forces. So this is really the only way to do it. Getting another turn, essentially. So I can play 3 more. I'll play the John Ryder.
Select target.
That's going to knock my opponent down to just 1 territory remaining. I've got another roll the die coming up here in just a moment. Oh, we got a 3rd guard tower. Oh, I know what I can do with this. Could get a weather, but that wasn't what I was getting at. John Ryder. Three. I could go through and try and... But the problem is I can knock out that front row of 3 there and just leave the 1. But if they had 3 of a kind, that would get me. I think I'm going to go ahead and use the Riders again. We'll knock out that last territory and hope that I can make it 1 more round. That's, I think, the best shot I got here. Hey, hello, Rico Star 1. Thanks for joining the queue.
Compromised.
So the leader's compromised on the other side. It's risky if I put an L1 needle out there and oh, I get another roll. 1. I don't need blueprints around, do I? No. Okay, well. If I can survive this next round and roll at least a 2, and my opponent doesn't take out my drop ship there. But they just have to get 1 of those to hit to take me out to win. I think I missed my window right there with that roll of a 1. Rico Star 1, hello, hello. Greetings. You might be just in time to see me lose the match here. If any of those play a 2, there's the 3rd. That's going to be it. That's the match. Good game. Yes. Yeah, it was an exciting game. All right. All right. CMC Ski 123. Be the person to contact about a prize there, Musical Man. So again, I have all sorts of ideas for giveaways. I have huge ideas. They're ideas I've been sitting on for more than 2 years, and just the time hasn't been right yet. But I think we're almost there, and I'm really excited about it. But for tonight, appreciate the help there, the extra boost. So now let's see if I hit next. It helps if you hit the enter key. All right. All right, the latest battle of Lou versus Technology live. Okay, so it's my turn. So Zeal will be back up. Yeah, there you are. I wasn't sure why it wasn't showing up. So now I need to double check. This is where it's a hassle. I've got to jump back, and I'm glad I checked because I have to pull the slate back up. So otherwise, what's the point of whispering the connect code if you're just going to show it on screen, on stream, without any sort of a delay? So this is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. Another player versus player match coming up here in just a moment. Okay, so Zeal, I've sent you the connect code. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully. And something I didn't really think through very well was how to position with the full screen the queue, because it's going to kind of overlap what I have here. But a lot of this is a work in progress and a learning process. I mean, you got to remember, I broke into the television news business in 1997. My first job with that involved a lot of tape-to-tape editing, Betacam SP. Like, that's the way we put our newscast together. We get the raw video in. Although Betacam SP was worlds better to work with than the 3/4 inch tape. I was very lucky. I got into the business a couple of years after 3/4. I was mostly gone. I got to run during a newscast one time. And here we go. All right, a pair of Romans prototypes, a pair of hacked networks. Only one building, so it's not going to clog up my hand too early. We're going to keep it. And I roll a 6. So this is interesting. Well, we'll put the pair of Roman prototypes out there. We'll put the pair of hacked networks out there. Got 2 more actions I could take, at least one more spot. I don't know if it makes sense to do that here. I've got one each of the WMDs. The weathers are there. Got the forces, a couple of intels. So I've got intel out there and a force already. But I've got more forces than anything else. So we'll throw the Z-27 Tiger. I don't know if that's the right move, but that's what I'm doing. Oh, wait, do I get one more on that? I guess I could fill up a 4th, but that I'm not going to do here. So I'll end the turn, forego that final action. It'll be my opponent's turn. Posting a link in chat, NashvilleLou.com/clips. Forward you to a third-party site that does a better job than I would do if I were to try and reinvent the wheel. As far as displaying my all-time most popular clips on Twitch. And I checked, the number 1 is still not a clip that I made. Somebody else made it a few years ago when I was playing Fire Pro Wrestling World 1. All right, so I've got 2 captured leaders now, but nothing at all to really help my situation here. And so despite having just 1 action, I'm not going to use it. End turn. And that's where this game can really punish you, Warsaken Blitz. If you roll a 1, not only do you have 1 action, you only get 1 extra card to your hand. You roll a 6, a lot different. But I mentioned this stuff with my TV news background just because I was nearly everywhere. I was the youngest person doing whatever. That was the case for a lot of things for me up until about the age of 30. I'll turn 46 in August, so I'm probably one of the older people playing this game. But again, there's so many games I can't play because they make me motion sick, or because it makes carpal tunnel start to hurt my hands, and because I do so much writing and typing for my livelihood. That kind of has to come first over games. So with something like this, where I can have a conversational approach as well on top of it, it's great. Plus, it's a lot of fun to play, and ultimately, key part of it. So a pair of weathers, 2 out of 3 out there, and then 2 of the intel. 5. Well. Can't play the building cards yet without having played anything. Well, recall it. Oh, you know what? I already had it sitting here. Well, that's wasteful. I'll just play and pull it back 3 times. My opponent's me thinking, what are you doing? All right, let's be aggressive. Whoa, no, not that aggressive. All right, filling up all the spots with 2. There's risk to it, but that's what I'm doing. And that ends the turn my opponent with a 6. That intel might help clear out some space for me. First a weather card, which means another roll of the die. There's the intel card. Let's see. We got a few choices with that. You can bounce 3 of your opponent's cards from the war zone to the discard pile. And that's what's going to happen. An intel. A couple of the forces. And that's a smart approach. At least the 4 spots still filled up. So to take one of those out, I got to burn an action on my next roll. And there's the WMD. 2 of them, to be specific. So a roll of 1. Interesting, they pulled back one of the WMDs. 1. All right, we'll retract the hacked network. The game is Warsaken Blitz. You're on NashvilleLou Live. Broadcasting live, no delay. You're on Twitch. And while neither of us had either of our respective territories taken out, only a matter of time, although a roll of 2. Let's see. What worries me, though, is they're going to hit on one of those weathers, which will mean another roll of die. And then it might start cascading. Instead, though, there's a pullback. And a force card play. Okay, my turn. 6. So I have a building I can play, which would bring back the hack network, L1 needle, the Z27 tiger. I could play the tiger. I could play the needle. I want to make sure this. Do I really have 3 of these down here? God. There's got to be a better way to display it than this. The cards are beautiful. I love this game, but this part when it gets in the corner here, man. This is a large television I'm using here. But you can figure it out. So we'll use the 3 of them there with the barracks. So I'm going to take them back to my hand, the cards that got the heave-ho before. And while normally my preference is to go for 3 of a kind, these are all once taken off by an intel. Hey, Nemo. Yeah. Playing a different game tonight. 3 more. I guarantee, like right now, if I tried to play blockchain brawlers, good luck finding anybody to play against. Soon. We'll get there soon with it. It's going to be fun. Okay, 3 more to go here. I've got the Z tank out there, but I didn't actually have 3 of a kind with those. Okay, let's think for a second here. 2 each on the WMDs. I'll play the pair of W1-MGs, the tanks. Okay, remind me not to have these same tanks in the same hand or the same deck. I'm gonna mess up here, I'm afraid. Okay, 1 more. I'll put the second Z out there. When you put together a tutorial video for Warsaken Blitz, don't use this match, at least not for my side. I don't think I've been playing this one very well. Even though I don't have any territories knocked out yet, my opponent just rolled a 6. Oh, there's a slider, the hide hand button. Okay. Oh, this. I wish this wasn't like a black slider. I mean, I appreciate the black and white look there. Much better. Thank you. Thank you. I'm over here getting to tour the game, and meanwhile, my opponent's just loading up here as an intel. Oof. Man. 1. Much better this way. I knew there had to be something I was missing with that. Okay. So I've got the L1 I can put out there, but I've got to make some space for the captured leader. And this is where it's part of the challenge with this game, with Warsaken Blitz, making sure you don't get completely hemmed up as far as room goes. Okay, hide hand. I want to make sure I don't... do I have a second one of those tanks that I'm not seeing here? I don't think so. Back to hand. Okay. All right, my turn. 2. I mean, okay, I'll play 2 of those. Six. Part of what I like with live streaming, it's different because when I'm doing a sports broadcast, I mean, you're storytelling. Being a storytelling is about the story of here's where the story ends for me with these cards getting lined up. There's a WMD. I'm down to 1 territory. But as much as what I think of as the quote-unquote right way to do things, the way that things are done or whatever in broadcasting, that business keeps changing so much. Technology has made so much possible that wasn't before. That's my last territory.
Compromised.
See, I'm learning where to lay out now with the announcer. My leader most definitely is compromised. On the other side, my opponent has all of their cards. I don't have any open spots up here, so I don't have any matches, and I'm in trouble. Hey, no pressure. 6, okay. Let's see what we can do here. I can play a WMD if I can find a space. Although I can play two L1 needles, so I'll take out one of them. I can play the... Yeah, okay. What about weather? Because if I were to play a weather, but I can't do it this turn because there's no 3 of a kind to it. Okay. So, I'm not trying to keep... Alright.
Select the target.
So there's 1 territory off the board for my opponent. I've got 4 more actions to take here. I can use the captured leader, a WMD. That's going to take out 2 more territories.
Select target.
There's 1 territory remaining. I'm going to play one of my 3 John Riders here, and that's going to end the turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live here on Twitch. Special thanks to everybody in the Warsaken Discord. A lot of y'all have come in to check this out tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, my turn, so I've got another crack at it. Maybe. Let's see what I roll here. 2. Okay, so I've got the John Ryder out there already. This will take out the last territory.
Select the target.
So now my opponent's leader will be compromised.
Compromised.
All right, I have 2 actions I can use this turn. I could... All I need is the... All I need is execute a force. Oh, wait, it's not my turn. Never mind. Oh, never mind all this. I'm sitting up here thinking, meanwhile... Hey, you know, if I'm gonna go out with a kill shot, let it happen. Well, I don't see it coming. Boom. I'm over here trying to plan for tomorrow, looking out for the force of today to take me out. That's the game. Good game. And as I've noted before, it's a sign of a really good game when you can lose and still enjoy having played. All right. So we'll zip on ahead. I need to find a way to make the letters larger over there. Or maybe it was just I pulled it up for a moment in my preview window for the live stream. It just wasn't, it was coming in all pixelated for a moment. So Nathe CGA will be up next. Let's see if I can figure this out. Or am I wrong? Did I... There we go. No, I didn't. No, I didn't hit return was the problem from before. All right, thank you. Thank you. Send me the code this time, which the slate for just a second so I can type it in. I have 2 keyboards in front of me, so inevitably I'm going to start typing on the wrong one at some point. Here we go.
Warsaken.
Dice chucker. Okay, so we have a pair of fire in the fields. We have a pair of Z-27 Tigers. There aren't any buildings. I'll keep it. And buildings aren't a bad thing per se, but if you get a couple of them early, they can clog up space and cause you problems. At least what I've found in my limited experience with the game. I rolled a 4. So 2 sets of 2. I'll hold on to the white phosphorus bombs for the moment. Play a pair of weathers. Fire in the fields. And I'll play a pair of forces, the L1 needle. Enemy's turn. So my opponent rolled a 2. Had a pair of weather cards. My turn. 2. 3 of a kind with a WMD. For the moment, I'll wait on that. Play a pair of Z-27 Tigers. And that'll be it for my turn. Two of a kind for a weather, 2 of a kind for an intel. My turn. 4. All right. Well, we'll use the WMD here. Take out 2 of those 4 territories.
Select a target.
So my opponent's down to 2 territories. Got 1 more action I could take, but I'm not going to fill up that 4th spot. I still have a trio of 2 of 3 needed to. There were a couple of forces and a weather. So I'll choose to end the turn. End turn. My opponent rolls a 4. There's 3 of a kind with a force that's going to take out one of my 4 territories. I'll be down to 3. My turn. 2. 3 of a kind with a blinding sandstorm. And while there is some risk to doing it this way, I'm going to go ahead and play the 2 of 3 and hope that I avoid an intel unpleasant surprise here. With a pair of weather cards on either side, I don't know. I'm not sure filling that 4th spot makes it more of a target. All right, so a second force card to go with that one out there. Back to me. 3. All right, so I can play the weather, which will give me an extra turn. Two more actions for this turn. Well, I know I'm going to need to have 3 actions in total to win the game. I've already used my WMD, so it's just kind of taking up space now. It's 1, 2. I'd have 3 different ones if I... Okay, we'll put the 2 Romans out there. So somewhat of a risk to do it that way, but we'll see what I can roll here. 4. All right. Hit with that one. The L1 needle.
Select target.
Gonna take my opponent down to just one territory remaining. Three more to go. It's risky to fill up that fourth spot. But that's also three of a kind. The three, or a play of three there, you're just leaving out there. I don't know about that. Well, since we know we're going to need this anyway as far as the forces go, we'll have a diversified portfolio out there, won't we? 3 different options. And that's going to end it for this turn. So my opponent rolls a 4. This is Warsaken Blitz. Wow, back to me. Okay. 5. Okay, with the fire in the fields. Thank goodness I have that. Extra turn 1. 4 actions to go. A violent tornado. Extra turn 2. I mean, it's not only the extra turns, but it's the extra cards you get on that roll the die. All right, end. In turn, here comes the first roll. 3. Difficult. But I've got another roll, so I'm going to take that other roll. Much as I hate to, it feels wasteful, but I did get 3 more cards. We'll end this turn, and here's the second roll. 3. All right, here we go. So I think I've got the Z27 Tiger and the W1 MG, and luckily 2 each out there. And in my hand, 1 of each. So I'm going to win the match here. Take out the 4th and final territory.
Leader compromised.
And now that the leader's been compromised.
Select target. Select target.
With authority. And that's going to do it, and that's the match. Good game. All right. Hey, musical. Yeah, I can keep going as long as people want to play. Yeah, I mean, if people want to keep playing, I may take a break here in a moment. Let's go and get this one more match going. Sean IOP, let's see. I mean, learned how to use complicated television news software packages that entire newscasts would run on when they would run properly. Okay, so I have to remember with this to pull up the slate. So now I hit join with code where it will have me pick a deck, use this deck, and then once it gives me the code to give you, I'll pass that along to you, Sean. Make sure I typed it correctly, make sure my dyslexia didn't kick in. Looks good. All right. So my plan is for this, we'll go for this upcoming match. Then we'll take a quick break near top of the hour. We'll be back for more. I'm a bit of a night owl as it is, so I don't mind staying up late U.S. time. Sometimes it's a matter of just finding the people to play against. Like last night I tried playing, and I didn't do anything at all to promote it because I was curious what would happen if I just try it abruptly, and it didn't work out well because people weren't playing. They didn't know somebody was looking to play. And I tried a little bit differently tonight, and it went very well. There are some people that are already well established playing Warsaken Blitz. I've learned a lot watching other people play. All right, so Sean IOP next in the queue. I'm not sure how long to give this. This element of it, I'm still, for as many years as I have broadcasting experience, I was never the one to say, okay, now we advance to the next person as far as the actual handling of that, especially in the, but then again, with a newscast, you're not doing this sort of thing, so it's a little bit different. But even working in radio, we have guests on. Once you get a little bit of experience and practice with it, it works out just fine. But for the moment, I'm like, well, how long do I give somebody to match up? I'm not sure with, let's see, hold the correct spot. Okay, well, I guess, Sean, I haven't heard anything, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and hit next. And if you want to join back, too far to get to the spot in the queue. All right, so Rico Star 1, you're up next. Of course, now I need to make sure I have the slate back up. And I'll eventually smarten up with this slate and put it where it's protected for the upcoming list. Okay, so yeah, Rico, you're up next, I guess. Let me get a join code going here. Yeah, I'll send a code. Now that I know what to type, it goes a little bit faster. Actually, it goes a lot faster. But it used to drive me crazy with some of those television news software packages. Like you would type stuff out, but sometimes it was a lot more difficult to deal with than I thought it should have been. But that was also like 8-9 years ago, and then going back. Okay, so Rico Star, I've sent you a connect code. Yes. Code sent via Whisper. Just sent it.
Warsaken.
Oh, hey, Sean. Yeah, I finally figured out with the Whisper. Got it figured out. And I wasn't sure how long to wait because it was one of those, well, real life has ways of creeping up, and it's not like I expect somebody watching to be hanging on every single second. I'll use a mulligan here since it's not really a good match, and I've got 2 non-matching building cards as well. Off the mulligan. Ugh, I don't like that either. And I don't like giving up the +1 card, but I'll use the second mulligan. Extra dark die there. There's a lot to take in when you use that second mulligan. I gotta think this over. Okay, so I've got 2 actions to use here. I'll wait on the blinding sandstorm for a turn when I can use all three at once, hopefully. We'll play a pair of L1 needles, get some force cards out there. Oh, it's amazing what they've come up with sports broadcasting. And just the ability to broadcast live from places. It's not glamorous. Like, people think television, and like, what are you doing? You have to be creative sometimes and willing to deal with things that you might not be willing to deal with normally. Like wasps. I've got a bad phobia of wasps, which is not good to have if you're a sports broadcaster. But when I'm like in true sports broadcaster mode, I get into this like zone. And I mean, wasps are the only thing that kind of throw me off. Okay, just try and no-sell it as much as I can and concentrate on calling the game. Still my opponent's turn. Extra dark die. 6. Well, I can play the 3-of-a-kind blinding sandstorms. I'll take the extra turn. Got 3 more to play here. I'll put the pair of guard towers out there. I'll have a third spot open I could use, but none of these match. And for now, I'll just wait. We'll end this turn, but I get the extra turn from the weather. Whoa, didn't mean to double roll it. Okay, a pair of white phosphorus. We shall wait on the couple of riders, a couple of soldiers, barracks. I've already got a couple of building cards out there. That would be a bit in the way. Putting the white phosphorus out there, making a huge potential target. Play the pair of John Riders. And I think I'm going to end it there. Even with 2 actions to go, I'm going to leave that 4th spot open. Well, I could imagine if you're trying to do, like for the ballet, being a ballerina, and you're dealing with wasps or the thing, that's a very vulnerable spot. All right, I rolled 2. Nothing to get that match of 3, nothing up here. Even if I had 3-of-a-kind, I couldn't play it this turn, so. I mean, I could put 2-of-a-kind out there, but then you block your spots, and then if you have nothing that matches of those 4 out there, whoa. Taking you to a trip to the Golden Farmlands. Have an apple. But I'm just going to end the turn. And again, this slider, thanks to Nemo for pointing that out. I should have noticed since it was right in front of me. I thought it was just like some sort of military theme. The dark switcher with the dark background kind of threw me too. There's an intel. It's not a bad play when you've got an intel and you can go boom, boom, boom against a 2-2-2 like that. I was afraid a 3rd weather was going to drop and give an extra turn on top of it, but not that time. My turn. 6. Well now. All right. We'll play the trio of hacked networks.
Select target.
We go for the bounce. That's a morale card.
Select target. Select target.
2 WMDs, 1 weather. All right, 3 more actions, but only 1 spot open over there. Hey, the Warsaken, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so I've got some options. I've got 3 actions I can take. Pull the guard tower off the board. It's tough. No obvious choices. We'll go with a Z27 Tiger. Let's get the pair of those out there. That'll end the turn. And we'll see what my opponent has. Yeah, when it's dark on dark like that, I think that might be a bit much. But, I mean, I can read it here, but maybe not everybody can. Oh, and that was not what I needed there, a 1. Oh, man. Well. We'll retract the L1 needle and open up a spot. But once this match is over, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back with more live player versus player matches here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. There's 3 of a kind for a building card. Wasn't fast enough to peek into the discard pile there. My turn. 3. All right, well. Guess we'll play our intel here. They only have 10 cards. I could make them bounce, but... Or make them discard. They get to pick which 3... We got 2 of the kind of the morale. I'm less concerned about that.
Select target.
We'll bounce those 2. We'll get rid of 1 of the morales. Now it's my opponent's turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Roll a 6 by my opponent. Got a bunch of 2 of a kinds. 2 each on my WMDs. So. And I've got at least a little bit of space I can use. We'll see what happens if and when I get to that point. So you're saying either bounce 3 or mill 6 with the intel. Although if you catch somebody early, you might be able to mess them up. They're sitting on 3 of a kind or something. They're forced to get rid of 1 of them. I don't know. There's a building card being used there. There's a building card to get more building cards. Or go after morale. All right, my turn. 4. Okay. First things first. My Z27 Tiger out there, but Go ahead and use this WMD to take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
I have 1 more action I can take this turn. I can play the first of 3 of these control the messages. Now it's my opponent's turn. It's like you blink and time flies by. We're on 3 hours now, according to the little thing at the bottom here in OBS Studio. Another sign of a good game when you can play it and time seems to fly by faster. My turn. 2. The barracks would be nice to use, but can't really hear. Instead, we'll use the other 2 of the control the message. Although, yeah, there's enough out there for me to use. I could mill 6, but they got 32 sitting there. I'd much rather bounce.
Select target. Select target.
Even though it's a morale, I will bounce it. So 1 of each. That's my opponent's turn. All right, well, Sean, I appreciate you taking the time to play and watch. Lurk there, that'd be welcomed. But I will, after this particular match, take just a brief break. Then play at least a few more matches as long as there are people wanting to play. I know, especially for folks in the eastern part of the United States, getting kind of late. But of course, there are people all around the world that love playing this game. All right, so my turn. 6. Okay. I can play the weather cards. I'll take that extra turn. Okay, let's think about this. 2 needles, 2 Romans. Just thinking ahead if I were to use the soldier barracks. We'll use the W1MG.
Select target.
So 1 territory remains for my opponent. I get to roll again. 4. There's the barracks that I could play. Got the rider up there already. I can play 2 John Riders to go with a 3rd. That's going to compromise my opponent's leader. Try to take out this 4th territory.
Leader compromised.
Okay. I've got 2 of the Z's out here. But I don't know if there are any that... I don't think there are any in the discard pile. No. Okay, so I've got 2 to go for the round. I just need to get some sort of a force. We'll play the pair of Romans. And now it's my opponent's turn. Warsaken Blitz. That's the game being played here. NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having a blast playing this game. Right, chatting with y'all here tonight. Intel. GDaddy3315, thank you for the follow. All right, my turn. So after the intel was used to sweep off the board a bit. All right. Only play 2 here. I've only got the 1 Roman out there as it is. If I had a pair of Romans sitting here, I'd be ready to knock it out, but I've got 1. I could put that out there, and I might. Gotta think about this for a second. Is there an L1 in here? Yeah, there was an L1 in here. Okay. Okay. Problem is, I don't have 3 soldiers barracks out there. I don't have any out there. So I'll play the 2 here. But this might be 1 turn too many to give my opponent. Even though I have all my territory still. And there's a force. And down to 3 territories. My turn. Let's see if I can get the knockout here. 4. I've got a weather I can play. But no need. I've got the needle. 3 of a kind.
Select target.
Take out the enemy. Leader, specifically. All right, good game. Good game. Okay, so I'm going to take just a brief break. Let me go ahead and... Yeah, I'll be back after the break. I just need a couple of minutes to get a drink of water and check on a couple of things real quick. Oh, let me clear out the... Hit next first. I think that was the problem. Okay, now you can. Sorry. So it's not your... I mean, it says you now next for Musical Man, but I'm going to take a quick break. Back in just a moment. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back from break. But to answer the question, I'm very new to Warsaken Blitz. I've owned cards in Warsaken for a while now, for a long while, but I had never really figured out or gotten into playing Blitz until I finally was like, okay, I'm going to learn this game, and I'm glad I have, because it's a lot of fun. All right, so Musical Man up next. On Discord, I'm on Discord as NashvilleLou, same name as here. I've posted some recently in the Warsaken Discord. I've been watching for a while, but it's been like I've had a lot going on. With the work that I do, it's very seasonal, and so much with the NFL draft and what I do with DraftKing.com. 20 years of doing that. It's crazy. It's so amazing that things worked out the way they did with that. And the NFL draft, though, is now in the history books for this year, and so that frees up a lot of time. My sports broadcasting responsibilities for Swanee Tigers men's lacrosse, their season came to a conclusion, and so frees things up a bit as far as from a timing standpoint. It's nice to meet you as well. Okay, so Musical Man is next. Let's see if I can... Yeah, for the Bears. Able to make some moves there. A sign of how desperate Carolina was to move up to number 1. And the receiver they got from Carolina, the Bears did in that trade. I think that, don't overlook that. So let's see, I'm trying to figure out the whispering again. Did I forget this during that short break? No. So now, and again, I have to... At some point, I'll figure out a more effective way of doing this. I check. Okay. So now I'm sure this is not the most efficient way to do it. For tonight, it's going to have to suffice. Join with code. So it'll give me a code, and I'll whisper it to you here in just a second. Musical Man 00. And here we go. Make sure that went through properly on that. Yes, it did. But so anyway, that's... Yeah, I mean, with the Bears, we'll see what Fields does. It's the NFL, it's difficult. You've got, I mean, unless you win the Super Bowl, your fan base is always going to want more. And it's just exceptionally difficult business. But it started for me back in 2003. I put a mock draft together on LouPickney.com, my own personal website, just for fun. When I was younger, in my early mid-20s, sometimes certain things would just catch my interest, and I'd make a little webpage about it, and maybe it'd last for a while, maybe it wouldn't. DraftKing, 20 years later, still going. And here we go, speaking of going. Yeah, I'd hope people wouldn't try to snipe the codes. I'm just trying to make sure I've got the game understood as well as I can to expedite things. Not just the game, but I'm new to this as far as the live streaming with Warsaken. I don't want to do anything out of school by accident. I'm going to keep what I've got there. But Kansas City has some great sports fans. Got a couple of buddies that work in television news in the Kansas City market. I never worked that territory. I've been to Kansas City, but friends of mine that live there, I've heard about many stories. And I know because I went to University of Evansville. It's not that far away between Evansville to driving to St. Louis and on to Kansas City. 1. Okay. Play a Romans prototype. And I would think most people would be respectful. I've read. I try to read a lot more than I write necessarily or say. It's like that with the NFL draft. Learned a long time ago, people care a lot more about what I think is going to happen as opposed to what I think should happen. Once I figured out what people wanted, it helped a lot. But this is all stuff I've been wanting to do. the live streaming games, especially on the Web3 side, things with Wax. I'm a big believer long term. But Warsaken has some great artwork, level of detail. This wasn't slapped together overnight. This has been a long-term thing that caught my attention a long time ago. And I thought, I don't know how long it's going to take for this to become an actual full-fledged game, but I went in on it. And so that's been my approach as I take a WMD shot here. Takes out 2 of my 4 territories. But yeah, it seems like from everything I've experienced, a great community there. The Warsaken Discord. All right, my turn. So my opponent's got a trio of 2-of-a-kind cards out there. 4. All right. Play the Roman. Put 2 of those out there. And I'll play the pair of John Riders. I've got 1 more action I could take, but I'll choose not to. I'll keep that 4th spot open for now, and that'll end the turn. All right, so my opponent rolled a 1. Where the weather is able to roll again, rolled a 2. And it's not only a re-roll when you get that, but it's also, you're getting extra cards to match that number. So some forces out there. Ominous. I rolled a 2. Tough one. I mean, I could put the assassination attempts out there, but then I've got all my spots filled up, and not just filled up, but filled up 2 deep each. So I'd be using 2 actions in a future turn to have to open the spot back up. So as much as I don't like to do it, but end the turn. So it's interesting for me because I've again, a lot of other stuff going on. I think when the time is right and I can make some time for it, hopefully by then the game will have progressed to the point where it'll be really strong for streaming. And I like having it. It's a slower pace than some of the other games I've streamed, and it allows for more of a conversation, more for me to try and figure out what's going on as well. So something nice, a little bit of variety with that. Okay. Got a couple of captured leaders, a couple of fire in the fields, but it's the same problem. Bunch of 2s out there, and it's disheartening to have 4 and not be able to. I mean, I could, I'm not able to, but that's filling up all those spots 2 deep, and that I think is even a less desirable way of it. So much as I don't like to do it, leaving those 4 actions on the table, my opponent's turn. I'm down to 1 territory. Update. I'm down
Compromised.
to 0. You heard me lay out there. I knew that announcer was going to do a run-in. Okay. And I rolled a 2. I mean, I could use intel, but at this point, the buildings don't do me any good. But at least I can get something going with that to maybe buy myself an extra turn.
target. Select target.
Guess it doesn't really matter. We'll bounce her. Now one more to go for the round. We're playing S21R. Well, that's it for the match. All right, good game. And before that, let me learn how to at least do hopefully decently well. And of course, there's the chance somebody could stream snipe. Like when I broadcast blockchain brawlers, I use a 90-second delay, and that works very well. For that, I want that peace of mind. With this, I'm still learning enough. Plus, it's great to be able to interact with people. And so, I mean, I don't think a 90-second delay for this, I don't think that would be enough anyway. And it's more fun in the moment to be able to talk with people and react immediately versus trying to type it quickly, because you'll see it immediately if I type it. But if I say it, you hear it 90 seconds later if you're on a delay. All right. Quadrill's Art, thank you for watching. I enjoy those quad streams, those 4 at once. That's a cool look. I dig that a lot. So let's see. So I'll type in next to advance it. I'm gonna lose track if somebody's gone for the night or. Yeah, and I know there will be some people that'll snipe, and that's, you know, if that happens, then so be it. I'm so new to this though that I don't know. For me, getting the game figured out first, and if me learning it helps other people to learn it, then even better. Okay, so let me pull this back up here. All right, so I'll type in the next code. I'm just going to put it in chat as opposed to whispering it, and hopefully we'll be okay with that. I mean, we can't. I know I've demonstrated. I've learned. Twitch 101. All right. Join with code throws me off for a moment as I'm thinking it's somebody else's code, but you creating the code. Yeah, so that's interesting. You're saying there, Musical Man, about having the cards, and well, I guess I've got it on the screen there with the code, but you get the idea at this point. We'll wait a moment or two, and if that's. All right, Nemo, thanks for checking in. Okay, well, if... I'm afraid I'm going to mispronounce some of these names because I want to get people's names right. Natha CGA. And I know and then there's the confusion sometimes of somebody having a wallet and having a username. Like I also have the wallet for NashvilleLou. That's for my NashvilleLou collection NFTs. But then I've got my .fzqy.wam. It's like I'm doing a radio station legal ID, top of the hour, pal. FCC's going to hit you with a hefty fine if you don't do what they tell you to do. Okay, maybe let me try. I'm gonna. Oh well, yeah, that's the like. I've been called, let's see, Nash because it has the Nashville part first, or ELO. That amused me. It's funny how that works. Okay, I'm gonna. All right, well, if we'll go ahead and zip to the next one here. Well, is Rico? Are you still around? I'm not sure who's still around. That's Okay, again, I'm still getting my proverbial muscle memory going with this. Yeah, and because it's written in all lowercase, the way it's stylized, that's because it annoyed me when I first got on Wax, and I was like, what do you mean I can't have a capitalized? How are you going to be able to tell the difference between an L and a 1 kind of thing? But then I learned you just have to deal with it. So that's why NashvilleLou is all lowercase, because I never write like that. I mean, I learned from an early age, the proper way to write, writing for journalism, writing for teachers, writing for professors, all that. So this for me was an entire departure. So that's why I'm sure it's confusing if, at a glance, it doesn't necessarily just jump out at you that it's a compound like that. So, okay. Yeah, the capitalized R. Because if you capitalize, that helps make it easier. Okay. So, I think we'll go ahead and move up to Rico. We'll have you go next. I hope I didn't skip anybody that I shouldn't have skipped there. I'm trying to keep track of this. Okay. Quadrozar, thank you so much for coming by. I look forward to watching your next broadcast, of course. And these decks are the same, really. I'm just trying to get a code up here. So, okay. So, Rico, I guess we'll go with you next. There's that. I guess if I want to really be a jerk, I can make that a completely translucent or completely opaque background where you couldn't see through it. That's
Warsaken.
I'm not sure. I don't know who was saying about giving out prizes. For tonight, this is me just learning here. I will be giving out prizes in the future, and I have all sorts of ideas. But I want to make sure it's right and ready to go before I do that. There's still a lot I have to learn as far as live streaming and what's going to make the most sense for keeping the flow going. I'll use a mulligan here since nothing matches. All right, get the needles that match up, only one building. If I have more than one building, I'm not that happy about it generally. I say generally like I've been doing this for 15 years and I'm recent to it, but just thinking out loud. So I'll keep this. Oh, your mobile can't read it. Oh, okay. All right, my turn. So we'll play the pair of L1 needles, get us started here. Now I'm playing this through a web browser, and I know there's an app that's out. And I think the next thing I'm going to try with this, I may mess around with it some late tonight or tomorrow, is how this works with the app versus, or read up what other people have said about it. That's usually the better way to do it. We need to reinvent the wheel. Like if I were to play with the app on, think about this. Yeah, on the the computer, this PC here, versus using Google Chrome. Oh, it's a shortcut from the home screen. Oh, on your home screen from the website. Okay. Six. So it'll be interesting with the Intel cards there. They may be one of those, they come after my hand, but no. Not yet, anyway. What is this card? Minefield. I don't think I've seen this one. Four. Alright, well. For starters, we'll use the triple John Rider Oil Engineer.
Select target.
So that's the first of my opponent's 4 territories to be taken out here. He said mobile or PC. Now, how is it on mobile? I haven't tried that yet. Let's see. And we'll play one of the architectures here. There's some risk to that with the Intel out there. So my opponent rolled a 4. They don't have any open spots. They got their 4 slots out there filled up. So the app works for both mobile and PC. I guess I'm not trying to be dense here. Trying to keep track of the game and also think about it, and then I blink and my my cards disappeared. Cards got bounced from the war zone. So the power of those weather cards, when you can hit with those and get that +1 turn. Two. All right, so man, I'll play one each of the weathers, because if I'm going to get back into this, I think it's going to take some of that coming together. We'll see. Oh, so you can play 3 games at a time on mobile? Question mark. Is screen size an issue? There's a force. Take out one of my territories. 3 each on the territories. It's my turn. 4. Okay. Play the pair. Well, terrible I did that. That's going to fill up all 4 spots if I go 2 and 2. It's Intel, so it really doesn't matter which one I use. We'll use the successful mole hunt. And I'm going to end the round there. The turn, as it is. Now it's my enemy's turn. The morale attack continues. I'm down to 3 morale. Two. Ugh. Ugh. Well, I can play the pair of Romans prototypes. That would take up I wish they didn't have intern and in-game so close together. That worries me. I'm gonna like slip up or something. Like it probably has like, are you sure that'll pop up? I'm not gonna check it right now. I would just hate to accidentally have that happen. No accident here. WMD. It's gonna take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories down to 1.
Compromised.
So my morale at 0, even though I have 1 remaining territory, my leader is still compromised. 3. Well, at least I'll take out one more of the territories. My leader's compromised. We'll see what my opponent rolls here. Roll of 4. Gaming on phones. I've got a very old iPad from circa 2013, 14. I don't think it works properly anymore. One of those, after a while they make it where nothing's going to work on that for you. And I don't think that's by accident. I'm down to 0 morale, so I'm vulnerable. Great, another turn. Roll of 4. If it's one more, then one more action. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, because I don't have to worry with that last territory. Now, I guess a WMD can't take out... Is that true? Can a WMD not take out a leader, or am I wrong about that? That's one thing I haven't encountered yet. Yeah, almost everything I'm Android. It's just that was like the one Apple thing I had. There's Intel. All right, so let's see where we go here. Okay, 5. All right, I can play a WMD. It's going to compromise their leader. That'll give me 2. I need more than 2. Well, I'll at least make sure it's a compromised leader. No, you get bonus points for that. But I'll take out the remaining 2 territories from my opponent. Maybe I'll catch a break. Yeah, blood foil. Yeah, blood foil is nice.
Compromised.
Yeah, I had to do something there. Okay, I've got 2 left I could play. I've got to find, let's see, the force. How many spots do I have open? Okay, plenty of spots open. That's not an issue. The only thing... I'm going for a guard tower is just chasing my proverbial tail. I'll put a Roman out there. Maybe hope I can catch a couple of runners. A couple of Romans out of there, but I don't know. I guess I've got one more. My math is failing me here. We'll put a Z27 Tiger out. If for some reason my opponent can't beat me here in this next round, like they roll a 1 or something and it just doesn't work out, maybe I can catch up. They rolled a 3. It's a weather card. Like, I think people were just putting them out there without any sort of gauge on what the market might be. Maybe I was way off on that one, but I don't think so. I'm happy with what I've got. There's the force. That's the match. Good game. I'll get that timing down eventually with the announcer. I'll play this enough times, I'll get it. And the great thing, though, with Warsaken Blitz, you don't have to have the high-end cards to have any sort of tactical advantage. I love that. I think that's such a positive. I think it's great to have those high-end cards have value within Warsaken as a full game itself, and other iterations I'm sure they'll come up with. But to help people get on board early and where it doesn't feel like you have to, like, take out a mortgage just to get the cards you need. just those base cards work for Blitz, and it's a lot of fun. So I think it's a very positive thing. Okay, so let me pull up next. All right, so we'll have G Daddy and then Musical Man. So I'll put a code out here in just a moment. Yeah, I think I got my first one through. Maybe it's like Battle Miners, and I've mostly divested from Battle Miners, but I always appreciate that for helping to bring Warsaken to my attention early on. Okay, I've got to actually click on it to get the code to come up. Well, that's some dark stuff right there, but I mean, look, if it's a game about warfare, it's going to be dark. And yet, they managed to present, like, the artwork, it feels like real people. And that really helps from an immersion standpoint. It's drawing you into the story, and these people, or if it's not people, then it's whether it's weaponry or just a big field of grain or whatever else. Like I can type it in chat, but that blue thing hanging over it doesn't probably have blue-purple. That was something that I noticed earlier. I said, wow, this isn't something that was just put together to be the latest spin on the clicker game of the day. This is something that's got some depth to it, some people that with experience putting card games together. I can only imagine the complications of trying to get something balanced as possible. Or it doesn't feel unrealistic that a weapon isn't as powerful as it might be in real life or any number of other tactics. But to me, it's exciting because I own the assets. You actually own the assets with this, and I love that. Here we go. Okay. Got a match. I got two of a kind here. Maybe a risk. I'll take a mulligan. Let's see what happens. Well, okay. I got the two of a kind here as well. I have one building. We'll keep it. And I get to roll first. One. I mean, I hate to just throw a WMD out there, so I won't. Oh, let's see. Even though they do the same thing in Blitz, it's a cool looking card here. That D24i. It's weird with motion sickness. My grandfather on my mom's side in World War II was over in the Pacific Ocean on a ship. And let alone the horrors of real life war, just the motion sickness would have made that impossible, but that's me. Okay, so I got enough of the WMD here, so I can play. I rolled a 5, play 3, take out 2 of the territories straight away. Although that's the vast hinterland. And it doesn't really matter since I'm not going after morale, but at -6 morale, I'll go after that. -5. Remember, you only get to play 1 WMD in a given match. 2 more actions for me this turn. I could go with an intel, I could go with a force, I could go with building. Since I played a WMD, I don't want to play a building because I don't need to really bring that back to my deck. That would be a bad idea. We'll try the assassination attempt pair here. Won't try them, I'll just play them. I've got one of those My Saki cards, but it's, I think, the gold ones. I didn't have any other good ones to match with it. Some of those haven't looked that much at the comments, but it's the same thing as far as the effectiveness in Blitz, which is a great thing. Those aren't very expensive, the comments. Okay. My turn. 6. 6. All right. So there's the D24i, and that's the downside if you have cards that don't look alike that you're using. Like, it doesn't hint to you. Maybe you just have to pay attention. That's why you want to bring your hand down and look before you start doing things, usually. So I'll go ahead and play this to get 2 of a kind out there with that. I got 5 more to play. Here's the thing. I'm going to fill up these spots if I'm not careful. Weather's always nice if you can pull it off. I got the forces already. I got several pairs of forces. Play a pair of storms. I'll leave that 4th spot open. Feels wasteful, but I'll leave those last 3 actions on the table. It's my opponent's turn. Now it's my turn. All right, so I can play the assassination attempt.
Select target. Select target.
So we'll bounce 1 of each of those. We'll bounce the 77X as well. And then 1 more, I can play this around. I've got 2 open spots down there. I'm going to hold off on the building for now. Instead, we'll play a tiger. A Z27 tiger. It's my opponent's turn. But thanks to everybody who's taken the time to play or watch, chat, otherwise lurk. I greatly welcome lurkers. Quite often when I'm working, I'm halfway lurking in another stream or listening, whether it's somebody playing a game or some of my favorite scam baiters. Harvey Dent, brand new YouTube video, Harvey Dent, released today. Guy they call Poppin' Paul, this scammer that made for hilarious content. So 2 more actions here for my opponent. I appreciate that. Thank you. I enjoy playing Blitz. I like a wide variety of games, but this particular game's on wax that are being done the right way. I think have huge potential. Speaking of huge potential, rolled a 6 there. All right. Yeah, let's go 3 and 3. Take out the 2 remaining territories. Territories for my opponent. Oh, I gotta do this 1 at a time. They thought I wanted to tour the place. Use the drop ship here to take. That's what I was going for. I just use the proper sequence.
Compromised.
So my enemy leader is compromised, but it's their turn. And they rolled a 4. But I think about games. I think about money that I've spent buying virtual currency in mobile games where I didn't actually own the assets. It's an outrageous hustle. And of course, those very people want to go and try and demonize Web3. Well, no surprise, because Web3 actually lets people own the things you sell them. You tell me which one's the hustle, right? But this game is so much fun, and I think we're going to have a blast playing it. All right. Rolled a 1. Okay. Guess we'll play a barracks. Yeah, I'm still up for playing. I'm having fun with this. This is great. And last night, I just did a poor job last night of getting the word out about wanting to play and just picked a pretty inopportune time, late on a Saturday night, U.S. time. But soon we'll be at the point, I think, with Warsaken, with Blitz, that you'll be able to play anytime, not have to worry too much about it. Okay, I can play the barracks here. Let's see. Or you know what? I can play as a storm. That's the play. Get that extra turn. Definitely with that extra turn. Got 3 spaces open there in the war zone. Actually going to put the tiger out there in one of them. If I roll a 2 and get a couple of tigers that roll in, I'll be glad I did it. 6. Okay. So I'll be able to use the building to go back into my... Well, before I do it, always better to go through, I think, and make sure. If I just have to bring back any sort of attack of 3 or 4, I'll be able to win it here if I do it right. Don't end the turn. Show hand. Barracks. We'll use those. Return 3 to the hand. We'll use the S21-R. Bring them on back. 4 actions to take. That leader up there is vulnerable. S21R for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game. What's fun for me is the sport. I've broadcasted a lot of different sports in my time. Give me a microphone, I'll call practically anything. So I'm always up for new challenges, new things that might have never been tried before, but new games, of course, new opportunities. I've never called like Texas Hold'em. You don't get many opportunities to do that, and certainly not 1990s WUEV radio. We weren't doing any Texas Hold'em tournaments down at Casino Astar or anything. So let's see, I'll go ahead and hit next. And with broadcasting, it's years of experience with that. And yet this is a new world. There's new technology. There's technology that to other people is very easy, and to me, not so much. But that's part of the learning experience, part of the fun with it. Yeah, that happens sometimes with Warsaken Blitz. If you have like a hand, you got a bunch of like 2 of a kinds. It's unfortunate, but just part of it. Okay, so Musical Man 00. I'll type the code in here in chat. I mean, I know it shows up on the screen as well, but yeah, I think we're among friends here. But this, for me, this time of year is like this, between now and early August is a window when I can do a lot more as far as broadcasting, with live streaming. In my NFL draft stuff, I don't have to worry about that again for a while. It's very seasonal.
Warsaken.
A lot of, whether it's college or high school sports. Not gonna do much in the summer, and here we go. Yeah, copy and paste. Yeah, definitely, I get you on that. I think it's easier to put it in chat. Oh, if we run into the problem at some point of people sniping them, then we'll adjust accordingly. But I don't think that's gonna be too much of an issue. With a couple of pairs that, you know, two of a kinds here, I'm not gonna take the risk on a mulligan. We'll keep it. And I presume it just randomly assigns you who gets to roll first. We'll be off to a fast start with this. WMD.
Select target.
Tenant. All right, two more actions I can take here. I can play the blueprints. I can play the S21Rs. Or I could play the D24Is. We'll go with that. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Roll a 5 of my opponent. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather just type it in chat versus, you know, I just want to make sure it's an effective way to communicate it. People are nice enough to take the time to watch and get queued up. I want to make sure everybody's got their chance to. I don't want to jump past anybody too quickly, and some of that's going to be a bit of a work in progress from a learning standpoint. Okay, so we'll play the pair of assassination attempts. Got two more, one more, okay. And I'll play one of the S21Rs. With the chat, but I'm not fast enough. Seems like a win-win. Okay, I'll just delete that. 4. All right. Oh, here we go. We can play the assassination attempt, the intel. What a bounce.
Select target. Select target.
Now with this, I'm going with one of each. So be careful not to click on the red one, or you'll bounce them both. Or 3 of them,
Select target.
depending on the situation. You wouldn't bounce 3, though, because you couldn't have 3 out there. They would just play. All right, 3 more actions to take. I can play, okay, the D24I. That's going to take my opponent down to one remaining territory. But as it is with, like, the idea of, like, you know, any sort of, with this World Series of Poker or World Poker Tour or whatever, well, it's still my turn. That's why I don't want to start yet. That blue dot's a huge positive. I know you can't see it. Here, since I brought it up, I'll show you with the overlay. That's what it looks like when it's my turn. And instead, I'm running my yap. Let's play a pair of, well, yeah, play a pair of stolen blueprints. Now it's my opponent's turn. Like, there wouldn't be much value in sniping a room connection code. I mean, unless you're just trying to be trolling somebody. Like, there's any sort of material gain from it. It's not like you're stealing a drop or something. So, and as we've talked about tonight, from everything I've encountered and experienced, it's a great community with Warsaken. And a lot of it I've watched from the outside and just seeing, okay, this is one of several games in development that I'm keeping track of, and the more I see, the more I like, and now I'm getting to play Blitz and live stream it, which is a lot of fun. This is how a lot of Web3 games are going to be marketing themselves. whether they do it overtly or otherwise, in a good way. That's, I mean, that in the most complimentary ways. All right, I'll play the second of the S21Rs. Got 2 spaces out there on the battle zone. The war zone, excuse me. I was looking it up. So a roll of 3 by my opponent. It's ominous right there, that WMD. 2 of them. 1 more, it'll take out 2 of my territories. Got a force there with 2 of them. 1 of those would take out a 3rd potentially. Instead, making space. And the perils if you get stuck with, especially if you get some of them taken out via an intel from an opponent. Put you in a bind. Roll 1. I'll leave that 4th spot open. In turn. You see how close end game and in turn like that? If I have very little I would suggest that needs to be changed. I would maybe move them a little bit further apart. I just don't want to do it by accident. But overall, the mechanics of this work really well, especially by like typical Web3 standards where like the utility kind of gets overlooked at times. And here we go with a force. Just because of the nature of trying to build a game, it's not easy to do. And if the world's getting to watch you do it bit by bit, it's a little bit of a different process for everybody. But to me, that's part of the fun. This is something new. It reminds me of mid-1980s computer gaming. When I was a little kid, get these games, these freeware games, like 100 on a floppy disk. That feeling that anything is possible. Okay, so some weather cards here I can play quite nicely. But I don't need to do that, do I? Because I can play the Romans prototype. I already got 2 out there. That's going to be the last territory. And the Tiger's going to take out the leader. I'm going to win right here.
Select target. Leader compromised. Select target.
Whoa. There we go.
Leader eliminated.
Yeah, it's frustrating when that happens. When you have 3 of a kind you can't play. And there is some luck of the draw to this, but this is fun. This game is so much fun. I mean, the time is flying by. We're more than 4 hours into this. It does not feel like 4 hours into this. I know I was saying that at 3 hours, but 3 hours didn't feel like an hour ago. All right, so let's see. All right. All right, I'll go ahead and type it in chat as well. I use an extension in Twitch called Playing with Viewers, and that's how it's able to. There may be other ways to do it, other programs. I know from watching, because I've watched a lot of different Twitch, but some of the commands might not look like it as far as my inability to figure things like whispering out. But I've been trying to, and I have put together some ideas that I think could be very good to help nonprofits raise money with sports broadcasts. Huge potential, but they would have to listen to me for that to happen. So maybe someday. We'll use a mulligan here. 3 building cards taking up space. And look at this. I'll definitely take this 3 of a kind with a Z27 Tiger. Let's do it. And I get to go first. Rolled a 2. For now, I'm not going to put those out there just in case. Or will I? Okay, I'll take a chance. I'll put 2 of them out there. And if it happens that there's a triple intel to hit right away, and I pay the price for that, then so be it. Again, I'm still new enough to this to where I don't necessarily have like every scenario in my head of, okay, in this case you should do X, Y, or Z. Although I really do think it served my two big things. First, I was making sure I had 4 of a kind of everything, not trying this 3 of a kind stuff in a deck. That was just asking for trouble. And the second was making sure I kept that 4th spot open as much as possible. And there was a reason and I wasn't streaming, this was me just trying to learn Blitz. And it wasn't like this was some like a long, long time ago. I'm talking, this is last couple of weeks I've been learning this. But it's weird because while I am new to Blitz as far as the game and understanding the basic concepts, it's not difficult to figure out. I think it's very, very much a positive for the game to have this as a way for people who are newcomers to not feel overwhelmed. And yet there's enough variety to it that you're not going to have regular players getting bored with it. I don't think. 6, all right. All right, we'll play a weather card, which means I'll have an extra turn. You could take the 3 actions, but don't do that unless you... In most cases, I would think. Maybe there's cases that use the 3 actions early, but I definitely think, especially early, get the extra turn. 3 more, and luckily I've got at least a tiger I can play. I'll only take care of that. All right, 2 more. Got trio of pairs of intel. We'll use the successful mole hunt. And I get to go again. 4. All right, so I can go 2 and 2 on these. Play a pair of fire in the fields. So I've got 2 intel, 2 weather. I know fire is fire, but that counts as weather here. And then it's a lot of intel, but I'm gonna do it. Control the message ×2, and it's now my opponent's turn. And yeah, the territory, again, a lot of these, it doesn't matter what kind of card you have, whether it's a common or a blood foil or anywhere in between, as far as what it does within Blitz. But the caveat, I mean, with my territories, I got, what, -3? -4, I've got to update to get that one fixed. And I got like a -1 and then another -3. My turn, I'll go ahead and roll 2. So I've got a trio with the architecture, but it's not out there. And it's risky, because if you fill up your 4th spot with 2, your opponent's going to know you just were willing to do that, and probably with good reason. But, I mean, you've got the actions, you've got the WMD, you got a weather out there, so I think it's worth the risk in this case. That's my opponent's turn again. And then your leaders, this may be a 19, that's a 20. Some are 19 or 20 between the ones I have in there. There's a force trio of Force cards there, taking out one of my territories, so it's 3 territories apiece. And they played a pair of building cards. My turn. 6. Well, now. First things first, play the weather. Extra turn. WMD. That'll take my opponent from 3 territories to 1. All right, 3 territories for me, 1 for my opponent. Still my turn. Cent Architecture is going to make 3 of a kind.
Select target.
A little bit of bouncing here.
Select target. Select target.
Man, those intel cards are... They don't mess around with those. And I'll play an L1 needle. So I get 1 more action for the turn. And I get to roll again. 4. Okay. I know what I'm going to do. Play a pair of drop ships. Let me double check with my L1. Well, I'm actually going to take this one off the board. Even though I have 2 of them. Open up that 4th spot. Also, if it's a bang bang going through, knocking out stuff, then my force card, which I might need here sooner as opposed to later, is not out there on the board. Okay, hang on. Before I end the turn, let me double check. No, that is what I want to do. Yes. Okay, end turn. Yeah, I like the force. I want to think I've got 5 sets of 4 with 4, so 20 of them. I think that's my split. No, it's 8 for the WMD. I think 12 each for weather and intel. A 0 for morale. Don't tell anybody. You'll figure it out fast enough. Although I've got a lot of propaganda cards. I love using those cards. I've got a blood foil propaganda. Probably my favorite of them all. But for the moment, and there's 2 for that WMD. I'm over here talking about card designs. My opponent's lining up a number of possibilities. So it's interesting to have the WMDs in a couple of spots there. Since you can only play at most 1 in a given match. So 3 WMDs. Do you find that works better? Two. All right, let's think about this. End the turn. Can't think of anything to do there. We'll see if that ends up being a prudent decision. There wasn't anything obvious. I could have taken something else off the board maybe, but there wasn't really enough to justify. We'll see. It's a 3 for my opponent. Couple of intel cards there for my opponent. 4. Okay. There's no need to play the barracks because I've got enough to win if I can get to the next round and have at least a 3 on the next round, I think. So we'll use the L1 needle. Use the L1 needle to take out the last territory.
Compromised.
Here's the risk. Knowing my opponent has an intel sitting right there. If I put one of those John Riders out there right now, that intel could go through there saying, hey, he just filled up his 4th spot with a Rider. It's not going to exactly be tough to figure out what might be a strength that I see going for a knockout. So I'm not going to do that. Now, if I roll less than a 3 for the next round, then that was a mistake. Or it was something that didn't turn out well. Calculated risk, whatever. I'm in the turn here. Yeah, I agree, musical man. You've got that a really better than 50-50 chance you're going to get a 3 or higher. But the question also is, will you make it that far? Not that I was going to be able to get the win in that last turn anyway. So a roll of 4. Of course, with the 29 cards still remaining there in that arsenal, it's hard to know what is and isn't out there. There's an intel. See what I was talking about? I didn't want that Rider sitting out there. When your leader's compromised and you've got an attack card out there or your force card out there, and that's the only force card you got besides this one other one, it's going to kind of put a target on it. So with the weather, it's another roll, but only 2 for my opponent. They could hit me with a WMD. I just got to hope I roll a 3 or higher for this next round. There's the WMD, so I'm going to be down to 1 territory. And one more action. There's 3, so there's a building, so they'll be able, my opponent will, to go and choose 3 cards from their discard pile. Need a 3 or higher. 3! John Ryder for the win. Like it's Hollywood Squares.
Select target.
Shadow Stevens. There's the enemy leader, and that's the match. All right, good game. Yeah, I'm still going, so feel free. Musical man, go ahead and jump in that queue. Queued up at that number 2 spot. Let me type in the... Yeah, I'm still going to be going for a little while, Rico, so yeah. I keep somewhat unusual hours. As an independent small business owner, a lot of different hats to be worn.
Warsaken.
Here we go. Sometimes that means having to have some time flexibility. Being a freelance sports broadcaster means sometimes your best ability is your availability. All right, a pair of violent tornadoes, a pair of Romans prototypes, not any buildings to get in the way and clog things up early. Keep. So my opponent rolled a 5. All right, so a pair of weather cards, a pair of intel cards. Now it's my turn. 3. All right, well, off to a strong start with Roman's prototype times 3.
Select target.
Golden farmlands. Eliminated. That's it's my opponent's turn. Hmm. 4. All right, I got a pair of riders. Because I've got more forces than the other categories, I'm more willing to put those out there to a degree, and yet Violent Tornado is tempting as well, so I may play a pair of John Riders and then a pair of Violent Tornadoes. Now it's my opponent's turn. So, I mean, it's pretty straightforward with Warsaken Blitz, as you can tell. But it's fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, playing, all that. Thank you. Oh, here we go. WMD. And just like that, I'm down to 2 territories. And still one more action for my opponent. Now it's my turn. 5. All right, so I can play the John Rider, but first I'm going to play the Violent Tornado. Although, as always, I know it's doing the dancing thing, which is a good sign. But just to be sure, that's how I know there's 2 out there already. Look before you leap. And this will just give me an extra turn. I could get 3 more actions if I wanted to, but the turn, most often, I think for me, at least right now, is going to be the way I'll go. Now I can play the John Rider.
Select target.
The Spoils of War. Some of these cards I've never seen. Eliminate. Or I've only seen them in like small form. An Atomic Hub. All right. So 3 more actions for me here. I could play a pair of D24 Eyes. I could play a pair of Terrifying Storms. And actually, I'm going to play the Terrifying Storms. And one more. Here's where it gets weird. I haven't played a WMD yet. I would almost rather hold on to... I'll play like just to control the message. As opposed to playing my forces. May hold on to those for now. I'll roll again. 3. Okay. I really need a WMD here to go ahead and take those 2 out. Now, if I could get a trio of 3-of-a-kind forces, that would be great as well. I'll probably just go ahead and... Since I have 2 spots open still out there, I'll go ahead and play the pair of D24 Eyes. And I'll end it right there. Hello. Andred Shoppa, hello. Greetings. So my opponent has a pair of weather cards at 2, and that's when you get those weather cards. If you can pull off a couple in a row, you can just go on a tear. Only a roll of 1. I'll play a second, control the message. Well, they just play their weather card? Is that what it was? Yeah, so they get another roll. But it looks like they rolled a 1, I think. Or is that just the last? That was a force that took me down to 1 territory left. Okay, so now they rolled, and they rolled a 2. 2 territories remain for my opponent, 1 for me. Make that 0 remaining for me. 3 of a kind for the force. Takes out my last territory.
Compromised.
6. Okay. All right, I'm going to win it here, I think. Play the WMD, take out the last 2 territories.
Select target.
So the WMD takes out the territories, compromises the leader. The D21 over there is, or 20, the D24I over there is dancing around because I got 2 of it sitting out there. Play the 3rd. I'm going to win the match here.
Select target.
That's going to do it. Yeah, I caught some breaks there with the rolls, and you'll have that sometimes. All right, good game. Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't doing that to introduce it to you. I was just doing like the reset for... We passed 4 hours, 30 minutes on the stream on my end, so I was just doing... I wasn't directed at you as if you didn't know what I was doing here. Sorry. Didn't mean to give that impression. So, let's see, do I... Okay, so I hit next. Yeah, streamer's luck, that's what they say, right? So, Musical Man 00's up next. No, please, no disrespect or slight intended there. I was actually starting the big wind-up, you know, the NashvilleLou Live with your host, Lou Pickney, with you here late Sunday night, early Monday morning. That whole thing. Only decided to type it out. But I really like how Blitz is a conversational game. There are some games where I would feel conflicted, I think is the best word, because I would want to have my full attention. If something like you have to have like that level.
Warsaken.
With Warsaken Blitz, you got to be paying attention, using some proper strategy. But if I have to take a moment or two to finish typing something in chat, it gives you that as a pretty decent option without making you have to worry time's going to run out on a clock or something. Okay, I've got the pair of Z27s that match. But I'll take the mulligans. I'm still not sure what, like... Okay, I got a pair there. I'm not thrilled about the 2 buildings in there, but that's the chance I took. We'll keep. All right, so 2 each as far as the force cards go out there early. Roll to 4. So some options as far as intel. I'll go with the pair of S21Rs and the pair of stolen blueprints. I was talking about this the other day. The challenge when you're live streaming a game, it's not unlike a television game show host, where you've got people that know it very, very well, have been watching for a long time and all that and care, and you've got people that have never seen it before, and you've got to try and make it all make sense and not be repetitive or overly repetitive to the audience. Okay, so I've got 2 spots out there. I'll play a pair of Roman's Prototype. So my opponent rolls a 3. Those force cards are lining up out there. Now it's more than just lining up 3 of a kind. So I'm down to 3 territories, but it's my turn. 4. Oof. This is where it gets tough. That's why I try to avoid having too many buildings early. And that was a chance I took. I didn't have any buildings, and then I used a mulligan, and I got 2. And now I got 4 that I can't use. I mean, I could fill that spot up there, that 4th spot, but I just don't think so. So it's another force attack, and I'm down to 2 territories. 3. Uh-oh, here we go. Another force attack. Down to 1 territory. The force cards are coming fast and aplenty over there. This is tough. I mean, as much as I might like to put the terrifying storms out there, it's just not gonna. I don't think that's the best play. Gotta end the turn. So a 6 for my opponent. This could be it for me. That force took out my 4th.
Compromised.
And final, here we go. Final territory. It's a weather card, so it's going to be another roll of the die for my opponent. If one of those forces gets a 3rd, one of those sitting out there, 2 each. Intel. So the intel taking 1 each there. My turn. 1. Now that my soldiers' barracks want to start dancing around, I'll play 1 of them. But this is not looking good for yours truly. Up against it. Four. Just 1 more force for my opponent. And that's the match, and here we go.
Defeated.
The match, good game. All right. Okay, so Rico, I think this may be, I make this the last one of this broadcast. All right, Rico. I'll just type it in chat. Trying to catch up with the chat, see what Rico said about needing more folks on the West Coast of the U.S. to play. Certainly down with that. I know that Average Casual Gamer ACG has live streams Tuesday and Thursday nights here on Twitch. And that's usually for him it's 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so midnight, East Coast, US, 0400 UTC. But of course, it's challenging for people on the West Coast. By the time you're able to stream, a lot of your potential audience is asleep or otherwise unavailable. All right, well, I'm not sure, Rico, if you're still in here. If not, then we go ahead and call it a broadcast. Well, this has been, especially after yesterday where I wasn't able to find a single match, this has been exactly what I wanted it to be. A lot of fun, getting to meet some new people, talk with some of y'all I've talked with before. Certainly over a span of nearly 5 hours. Hopefully wide enough swath where some people could check it out. And as I do with all my broadcasts, I'll make a highlight of this. And so, oh, here we go. Not over yet. All right, so I'll go ahead and take down the Q button. This will be the last one of the live stream. I'll stick with it this time with the pair of Z27s. I do have one building card. I think that's okay. Two, you kind of start to ask for trouble. But, I mean, this is also a lot of supposition based on some very short-term play, so this isn't exactly tried and true strategy. This is just stuff I picked up on early. Funny saying went from a queen to a lady, back-to-back games. All right, well, it's funny. I don't know how do they. I don't know if they just kind of randomly choose. Like for me, this round elite. It says. See, well, it's dark, but see, elite, not like all elite wrestling or the elite, but elite. Okay, so I can play 4 here. I can put a pair of forces out, which I think I'll do. I like the way it switches from match to match as far as your background colors, your card colors, etc. It's kind of a fun way to sample a lot of different things that help add some variety to it all. Well, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. That's to me. I mean, to me, sports broadcasting, storytelling, whatever the game is, if you can at least add some realistic drama to it, great. Was it Dice Chucker and Table Flipper? Now, I fully admit there are all sorts of games that I'm entirely out of the loop on. Okay, for a moment, let's look. Okay, I've got 2 spots taken up already with forces. I could go with a third. I mean, it's an option. But I'm going to go instead with the intel. It doesn't matter which one. They do the same thing in Blitz, but we'll go with that. I'll leave that 4th spot open. I mean, I could play something there. I could play, but especially tonight in this marathon session style, this has reinforced to me the value of keeping that 4th spot open. No, see, I almost like it went over to end game. I don't want that. In turn. So my opponent rolled a 6. There's a force. That'll take me down to 2 territories. So 2 territories remain for me. John Ryder's in here to do a run-in, say make a 3. Just like that. Down to 1 territory. Roll to 4. It feels like such a waste to throw 4 away, but I'm going to. Like, it's a lot of fun, but like I don't get angry when I lose in this. It's typically because either maybe RNG wasn't on my side, or more likely, I just got outplayed by my opponent. And to think with all the different strategies that exist right now with Blitz, when the full Warsaken game comes out, imagine some of those live streams. I'm not sure, I'm really not up to speed at all on what the full game is going to entail, and some of that may still be in development. There's also the issue, though, if you're streaming, the more people that are involved, the more sus you might get if about having your, I don't know, I'm not sure how that might work. But this is great, and that's really all I care about right now. But I do care about is making some sort of a match out here, but this is just not. All sorts of 2-of-a-kinds. It's my opponent's turn. But I think for anybody that live streams Warsaken Blitz, I strongly encourage you to make a highlight of your live stream. It's because your live broadcast archive will disappear. Twitch won't let you keep that forever, but if you make a highlight, it sticks around indefinitely. And some people don't want their stuff to stick around. That's fine. That's a nice thing with Twitch and streaming in general, that you have that latitude. But if unless you have some reason to not want it to stick around, I mean, you're helping the game out by giving people yet another person to see play the game and explain it. And some people will be better explaining to others than others will to a given person, just depending on how that goes. 6. Okay, so I'm going to play a weather for sure. So I'm going to have to do something. Okay. I play a Romans. I'll go ahead and play the weather first. Okay, so show my hand here. What are my WMDs? All right, we'll play the one rooming.
Select target.
So at least I'll take out one of the territories opposite me. All right, so 2 more, but I get an extra roll after this. Extra turn. I've got 2 spaces open out there, so we'll play a pair of D24 eyes. And I get to roll again. 4. Got 2 as far as the sub-launched attacks, but not 3. Actually, let me... We'll play the 3 S21-Rs.
Select target.
All right, 1 more. Oh, I guess I've got the... Well, okay. I mean, the problem now is I'm going to be pitting myself in as far as if I were to get a WMD next turn. Well, too bad, but I don't know if there's going to be a next turn. I'm up against it, so I'll go with this. My opponent rolls a 5. Although if it is a WMD, I'm down to the 1 territory remaining, so there is that. And there's a force to take out my 4th and final territory.
Compromised.
So I may get another roll at least, maybe. Or they could play a weather. Yes, okay, so WMD can't take out leaders. Yeah, I can play my WMD to take out the 1 remaining. Yes. This is really something. This is almost 5 hours. I seldom go this long with a live stream, but I've had so much fun playing it. I appreciate everybody being willing to be patient, queue up, and had some fun with this. All right. 2. I'll play the drop ships. Felt like there were limited options there. But if I can at least get a shot at... Got 1 spot open. But I mean, I'm really up against it here. I would think. Because those weathers hit, and that's another roll, and then... Yeah. Alright, so the intel did some damage to my cards out there. 1. Okay. Like, I don't know if it's worth... Yeah, I guess I will go ahead and do that. I'm just not sure what else I could have done there. mean, I could have put out one of my... But I've got so many, I've already got 2 of a kind with anyway. There's a building card. So you figure that's going to be bringing back 3 force cards from the discard pile. And, well, what do you have here? I felt like I was lucky to last as long as I did. How that worked out. Well, good game. Yes, defeated. All right, good game. Many thanks to everybody that watched and played. Almost 5 hours of this. And it's not like I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm done with it. It's like, well, I wonder where the next time is that I can play some. But again, with my schedule now finally opening up a bit, just as it always does this time of year. Broadcast commitments, slow up for the summer. NFL draft, huge commitment that I've got. That can go into hibernation for a little while. And I think we've only just begun with this. I'm super excited to see what the future holds for Warsaken, Warsaken Blitz. It's so much fun, and it's easy to learn. It's not that difficult to figure out, but there's enough depth to it that you're not going to get bored with it easily, I don't think. So highly recommended, and definitely live stream it. Spread the word, this game is fun. So that's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.